the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This
Please take your seats. Members, before we begin today, can I just formally put on the record the condolences of the Assembly on the passing of James Brokenshire. As you know, he was Secretary of State here for a relatively short period of time, but at a particularly difficult time, and I know members will be saddened by his untimely death at the age of just 53. We do send our sympathies to his wife Cathy, his 3 children, his wider family, friends and colleagues. Just to make the point that I did work with James Brokenshire myself during his tenure. I met him on a number of occasions during his time as the Secretary of State. Always found him to be very civil, mild-mannered, but professional and diligent in the course of his duties. I also wish to inform the House that I have received a letter of resignation from Ms Harding Foster as member of the Assembly for Fermanagh South Tyrone constituency. I have notified the Chief Electoral Officer in accordance with Section 35 of the NI Act 1998. I have been informed by the Chief Electoral Officer that Mrs Deborah Erskine has been returned as a member of the Assembly for the Fermanagh and South Tyrone constituency to fill a vacancy resulting from the resignation of Mrs Foster. This morning, Mrs Erskine signed the undertaking and role of membership and entered her designation in my presence and that of the Clerk to the Assembly. She has now taken her seat and I welcome her to the Assembly and wish her every success. Before we commence, I would also wish to advise that I have received notification from the Minister for Communities that due to illness she is unable to attend the Chamber today to take forward her department's business. This includes question time and responding to the private member's motion on the arts and creative industries. The Minister has asked me to convey her apologies to the Assembly, and I will ask the Business Committee to reschedule this question time when it meets tomorrow. Next item, and indeed the first item on the order paper, members, is members' statements. If members wish to be called to make a statement, they should do so by continually rising in their places. Those members who are called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statement. Members are reminded that statements will not be subject to debate or questioning. Interventions will not be taken, and I will not take any points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. And have her name. Thank you. I call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight the continued delay at the Executive in bringing forward for discussion the legislation prepared by the Communities Minister to ensure the bedroom tax is not implemented here. The bedroom tax is yet another heartless Tory tax aimed at the most vulnerable. Therefore, most reasonable people would agree that binning it once and for all would be a hugely positive move for this Assembly. Shortly after coming into post as Minister, Hargey gave her commitment to do just that. She has prepared the necessary legislation, she has secured the budget lines and has brought it repeatedly to the Executive for approval. However, to date, it remains stalled with no explanation. For every week without progress here in our constituencies remain impacted by it. Not just those currently having to pay this Tory tax, but also those who are remaining in their properties, because they know if they move even to a smaller property, if it had an extra bedroom, they will see them falling foul of it as well. This is just not acceptable. I want to implore those who sit around the Executive table to ensure that this proposal is tabled and to support the banning of the bedroom tax. I also want to commend the Minister for Communities for her continued efforts on this matter, as well as organisations such as the Cliff Edge Coalition, who have been tireless in their campaign about this. I welcome this opportunity to put my support for banning the bedroom tax firmly on the record. Thank you.
I call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, when is a consultation not a consultation? I would suggest that a consultation is not a consultation when there is merely one option to be consulted upon. And that is precisely the experience of my constituents in relation to the proposed route of the glider in South Belfast. One option in the consultation exercise, namely the Ormer Road. Like Henry Ford, the department assures us you can have whatever colour of car you like, provided it's black. I think it's important that I reflect the concerns of the local businesses who I represent in the Ormer Road in relation to this proposal. Anyone who knows that road will know that for a stretch of the road, rear access for delivery vehicles to the local businesses is simply not a possibility. And yet, it's being proposed that for vast swathes of the day, those delivery vehicles will not be allowed to enter into the glider lane. That raises significant concerns for the local businesses and for their viability going forward, and I've been asked to raise those concerns here in the Assembly. What I would like to see from TransLink and from the Department is a wider consultation and a preparedness to consider, despite the party that I belong to, I'm going to suggest that the Minister and the Department should consider alternative routes. I think it is important that those views are heard. There is actually a comparison between my constituency and that which the Minister represents. In North Belfast, there is an active and healthy debate going on at the present time as to what the best route for the glider should be. Meanwhile, in the south of the city, we can't have a debate on the best route because we've only been offered one option. So I have no doubt the consultation period is now ended, and I have no doubt that the findings will be that the huge majority of people are in favour of the proposal. Well, of course they're going to be in favour of the proposal by a huge majority if the alternative is to not have a glider route at all. Of course there's going to be a majority that will come back from the consultation saying that they're in favour of the proposal. But at this time, I would urge the Government, I would urge the Department, and I would urge TransLink to show more flexibility, to be prepared to engage constructively, particularly with the local businesses on the Ormer Road, who are deeply concerned about the implications that this will have for them. I know that the Minister will act in goodwill in this regard, and I'm glad to see her in the Chamber, and I hope that she will actively and constructively engage with those of us who think that an alternative should be considered. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I call Nicola Mullen.
Mr. Speaker, devastated, betrayed, gut-wrenching. It was just some of the reaction of the patients of Michael Watt when it was revealed last week that the Medical Practitioners Tribunal Service had allowed Dr Watt's voluntary application to be removed from the medical register. ensuring yet again that Michael Watt, the doctor at the heart of the biggest patient recall in Northern Ireland, would be afforded the protection of privacy and secrecy behind closed doors, ensuring that his patients were denied openness and transparency. So serious was this move by the MPTS that it prompted a very rare, angry public response from the GMC, who said it was extremely disappointed by this decision, as the GMC felt it was in the public interest for the allegations to be heard by the tribunal in an open and transparent way. And it is this lack of openness and transparency and accountability and consequence that has been the hallmark of this entire traumatic experience for patients. Since December 2017, when I sent the first email to the Belfast Trust on behalf of a patient, to the attempts to silence the first BBC Spotlight programme, and then the decision by the MPTS, patients have continued to battle against a wall of secrecy. And some 4 years on, not one person, be it Michael Watt or those in positions of responsibility who allowed this to happen to thousands of patients, have been held to account, nor has there been a consequence for action or inaction. Meanwhile, patients continue to suffer and they're driving themselves mad, wondering how and why this was allowed to happen to them. On the how, the public inquiry will, I have no doubt, identify major structural and cultural issues in the health service that need to be addressed. The RQIA inquiry will provide some answers to those who lost loved ones under the doctor's care, but it needs to move much more quickly. But the question patients have is why? Why did this doctor that they put so much faith and trust in do this to them? And these are questions that they were looking to Michael Watt to answer, and publicly. That is what they expected to hear from a public inquiry of the GMC. And they have been denied this important part of the healing process. The only voice that we have got to hear directly from Michael Watt is in his text messages to Jane, as exposed in the recent Spotlight programme. And I, for one, didn't see any remorse there. But I will end on this, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of focus on the fragility and the vulnerability of the doctor at the heart of this. But I have seen the vulnerability and the fragility. I've sat with couples whose marriage broke up as a result of this. Young women who haven't had any children under the medical advice of Dr. Watt. Others who have had their careers ruined because they were misdiagnosed and misprescribed. They are vulnerable and they have not received any protection.
Thank you. Nicole Kelly-Armstrong.
I would like to start by apologising to anyone who may be triggered or upset by my statement today. I'm rising to make this statement to raise awareness of Baby Loss Awareness Week and to highlight that this Friday, the 15th of October, is our annual Baby Loss Awareness Day. Baby Loss Awareness Week is very important to many of us who have suffered miscarriage. As we know, miscarriage continues to be the taboo grief, the silent grief that remains undiscussed and suffered often alone. Baby Loss Awareness Week is a time when parents, siblings and families can remember their lost child. On Saturday evening, I joined parents and families on a candlelit walk through Belfast to mark the start of Baby Loss Awareness Week. Some cried, some talked about their child, some were there to support. And I'd like to thank the Miscarriage Association in Northern Ireland for arranging. As the saying goes, it's good to talk, but often when you've had a miscarriage, we cannot talk about our loss, and many of us grieve in silence alone. This means that many parents have added mental health trauma to their loss. That is why this Baby Loss Awareness Week, the theme is well-being. This year, and specifically as an outcome of the pandemic, it has resulted in a reduction in access to early pregnancy services. So far, options for the management of miscarriage, both surgical and medical, have yet to be restored to pre-pandemic levels. And this is having a significant impact on women and their partners. Reduced access can mean anxiety, distress, and a lack of guidance to what is happening. Many women are being told to let nature take its course, which means to miscarry at home, often unprepared for the length or duration of the pain and bleeding which can result in women suffering symptoms of PTSD. And this is all happening in Northern Ireland today. When we think of well-being, we must include considerations for the staff who care for miscarriage parents, ensuring they too have the support they need for this difficult and distressing area of work. In this Assembly, we are considering the Parental Bereavement Leave and Pay Bill. We, as the Northern Ireland Assembly, have the opportunity to include miscarriage within that legislation to ensure that we take a proactive part in recognising miscarriage, in acknowledging a baby loss, and to, at last, take baby loss bereavement out of the shadows, stop it from being a taboo, and support parents at a time when they need it. There's also an opportunity to ensure support is provided for parents through the National Bereavement Care Pathway, and I look forward to working to ensure miscarriage is included in those plans. This Friday at 7 p.m, I will again light my candles, my 13 candles, as part of the Wave of Light to remember all babies born.
Assaults on Ulster titles, so I wish them to pass on congratulations and also wish them more in their Ulster campaigns. John Collier, I welcome the fact that all residents of the Court Care Home in Ballymoney have now been relocated, but I think greater scrutiny is required to shed some light into how the closure of this care home has come about being cared for. I think over 20 staff of that home, some with 17 years' experience in service, have yet to actually receive formal notice of redundancy. So the Minister cannot allow these staff members to be collateral damage in this saga. I also want the Minister and his department to investigate how this situation arose in the first place and the governance rules that are allowing private investors to own the bricks and mortars of our care homes on the basis that they are being told care home investments will provide a return twice as much as normal investments. We need a system here in the North that protects the residents of our care homes, and that care is always the primary purpose and that it is always placed over and above private profit.
Nicole Palm Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I wish to draw attention to a matter of great importance to many in Northern Ireland who suffer from pulmonary fibrosis, the most common being idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, known as IPF, a lung condition which scars your lungs, which reduces the efficiency of breathing. Many will remember campaigning by support groups associated with Action for Pulmonary Fibrosis recently, which called on the National Institute of Health and Care Excellence to review their current policy of prescribing antifibrotic drugs, nintedanib and pirfenidone. Many support groups were heavily involved in this campaign. Antifibrotic drugs can prolong and improve quality of life for sufferers. In Europe, USA, Canada and New Zealand, they are prescribed on diagnosis. But current guidance in the UK says that they should only be prescribed when a patient's lung function is within a certain range and may be stopped if lung function drops below that range. The present NICE guidelines recommend that these drugs should only be prescribed when lung function has deteriorated to 50 to 80% capacity. Perversely, this strict criteria leaves many waiting for the inevitable time when their lung capacity has deteriorated further to enable access. I'm told patients in NI have resorted to purchasing these drugs privately at a cost of £5,000 per year. Many cannot afford this. I'm told patients following the campaign supported by elected representatives across devolved assemblies, NICE published a statement in May 21 announcing a part review of existing guidance of both drugs. This review would consider patient population not currently recommended to receive these drugs. There was great excitement and relief at the time of NICE's announcement. Hope was now on the horizon for many who knew these drugs would greatly improve their standard of living and prolong their life. When NICE published their decision for part review, we were made aware that the review would last 50 weeks with a lead-in time of 3 months for the NHS, meaning a chance of being prescribed these drugs would not happen until at least autumn 2022. Disappointingly, the Northern Trust Pulmonary Fibrosis Group have learnt that this part review has not commenced, meaning further delay. Since the announcement by NICE, Scotland has moved decisively. In June 2021, the Scottish Medicines Consortium approved nintedanib for use by NHS Scotland, making it available to an estimated 1,500 patients living with various forms of pulmonary fibrosis other than IPF for the first time. They're also reviewing the policy for patients with IPF, with a review that will take less than 50 weeks, announced by NICE. Mr Speaker, I would call upon NICE to commence this review with urgency. Northern Irish and indeed other pulmonary fibrosis sufferers across the UK should not have to wait any longer for enhancing and prolonging treatment.
Tom Buchanan.
Mr Speaker, today I want to put on record in this House the tremendous achievement of hockey star Shirley McKee from Dunquin in the very heart of West Tyrone, as she calls time in her international career after an amazing 14-year spell at international level. As a young girl in Omagh Academy, Shirley's skills and talents on the hockey pitch soon began to shine through, earning her a place in the senior team when she was instrumental in making history in the Omagh Academy team when in 2005 they won not only the Senior School Girls Cup but also the Kate Russell All-Ireland School Girls Cup. This was to be the beginning and the laying of the foundation for Shirley's international career. From here, for her, it was onwards and upwards. In 2007, Shirley made her debut to the international stage at age 18, and since then she has been instrumental in the Green Army's rise to success, a rise which brought them from obscurity to the elite level on the world stage, a journey which took Shirley on her silver medal level and a maiden appearance at the Tokyo Olympic Games. Having played for 316 times, she holds the CAP's record for international hockey and has won numerous medals, trophies and cups throughout her career. Although stepping back from her international career, Shirley will still play a key role in Ulster hockey in her role as a professional coach, helping Ulster's young talent to develop their skills and play to their full potential on the hockey pitch. Just recently, she was part of the Ulster hockey talent coaching staff, which saw Ulster win double gold at the UK Schools Games. An inspiration to all our young folk and hockey fans, we congratulate Shirley on her great achievements for Ulster hockey and wish her well now in her coaching career as she strives to bring Ulster hockey to a greater level on the international and the world stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I want to talk about some of the concerning local and global economic issues that are facing both the people we represent and indeed the global economy. And I also want to come on briefly to talk about how that relates to some of the questions we're going to face in the weeks and months to come around dealing with the consequences of Brexit. At the minute, we know we are approaching a very difficult autumn and winter in terms of cost of living. Though we hope it isn't fully implemented in Northern Ireland because we've been campaigning against it, but the likely removal of the £20 a week from universal credit claimants is going to have a devastating impact, particularly on vulnerable people here. The furlough is coming to an end. The employment support that was a lifeline to lots of people through the pandemic. We don't know how that is going to play out or indeed how sustainable the economic recovery will be. But more broadly, there is a cost of living crisis that is affecting families and households right now, from the most vulnerable through to everyday ordinary families. I'm sure people here have dealt with constituents who are facing, I'm sure people themselves are indeed facing the household cost of vastly increased gas prices. That's having a crippling effect on industry, but it's also going to have a crippling effect on many families. We face a very difficult winter in terms of fuel poverty. We need to be doing more about it in this Assembly. And, Mr. Speaker, we also face the challenge of a broader crisis around inflation, rising prices, supply chain crisis, some of which has been, particularly in Britain, exacerbated by Brexit and a shortage of drivers. But there are broader supply and inflation issues affecting the European and global economies. We face a very vulnerable winter, Mr. Speaker, all of which we need to work on. But that, for me today, is prelude to saying it's why we do not need anything approaching a confrontational, escalated dispute between the UK and EU over implementation of the protocol. I don't want to have a fight about this today, but I do want to say that we should all want, and I think we all do want, at heart in this chamber, to see solutions to smooth the consequences of Brexit and smooth the flow of goods under the protocol from GB into Northern Ireland. It looks like later this week the EU are going to have proposals to that effect, and that's wholly welcome. It should be easier to move those goods, and there should be measures to smooth that flow. At the same time, we also want to protect the stability of our economy and indeed the dual market access, which is a unique benefit to us in this place, the ability to trade into both the British market and the EU single market. That will be an enormous benefit to us going forward, and we need to maximise that while dealing with some of the consequences of Brexit. But what I do want to say, Mr Speaker, is looking at some of the rhetoric that we've seen over the past couple of days, we should all here know that this place, given the very fragile global and local economic context, cannot be placed in the middle of does not want to be placed in the middle of a dispute. So I would urge the UK Government to take the proposals from the EU seriously, get round, agree those solutions so we can all move on to getting through this economic recovery. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Following World Mental Health Day yesterday, I wanted to rise today to speak about the rare disease community, a community that needs a clear voice at the Executive, a community that lives with complex conditions, faces daily frustrations and challenges due to small numbers and limited specialist health services, and have undoubtedly been severely impacted by the fear, isolation and loneliness caused by the pandemic. You don't need to look far within your circle of friends and family, or indeed with colleagues or neighbours, to find someone with a rare disease. There are approximately 8,000 conditions that have been identified to date. While the individual conditions are rare, when you add these all up to look at all those who live with a rare disease, it equates to 1 in 17 people, and that's more than 110,000 in Northern Ireland. Yet diagnosis takes over 5 years on average, often a lot longer, with typically 3 to 4 misdiagnoses along the way. There are also many that are undiagnosed. The rare disease community faces daily frustrations and challenges here in Northern Ireland due to small numbers and, as I said, the limited health specialist services. It is also common to hear of mental health problems, which are very common amongst this group, as they're often unaddressed due to the complexities of the psychological sides of their conditions. The restrictions due to COVID-19 have been difficult for us all, but consider the rare disease community, many of whom have been within the clinically extremely vulnerable category, otherwise known as shielding, who have been in continual lockdown since March 2020. No matter what the experts say on relaxation measures, each individual rare disease patient is extremely fearful about how safe they feel on re-entering society, as there is still uncertainty about the long-term protection from the vaccines in terms of how long antibodies stay in the system as the rollout of the booster begins. In closing, in 2021, the current inequity for the community is unfair and avoidable. Let's work smarter together to help reduce health inequalities for this community, remembering they number over 100,000 people, so rare in this case is not so rare. Thank you.
I'm going to call Jerry Carroll.
Mr Speaker, I want to raise the issue of pay offers for our council workers who, like our health workers and civil service workers, are being made an offer that is unacceptable, below inflation and way below what they deserve. Let's not forget, when most people were able to work from home to protect themselves and their families, it was the frontline work of council workers and many others, retail workers, lorry drivers, that kept our society functioning to some degree when everything else grinded to a halt. Just imagine how, when people were working from home, how unbearable it would have been if there weren't council workers to collect bins or to clean streets. When people went about their daily walk in the middle of lockdown, when they visited their local park or green space, just imagine trying to do that without the park wardens opening the park and making sure they were clean and kept in good condition. So it's clear, Mr Speaker, that without the sterling and continued work of our council workers, and the terrible experience of the pandemic would have been immeasurably worse. That, of course, to mention the other workers in councils, answering phone calls, working in the community, and the many roles played by those workers. So we owe our council workers, we owe our workers a lot for the work they did and are still doing. They put themselves and their family members at risk by going out to work and interacting with the public during a deadly pandemic. What won't work here is thanks or pats on the back for these workers. We need to ensure that there is a proper financial uplift for all those workers who put their necks on the line for all of us. But not only that, Mr Speaker, we're looking into a very bleak winter and new year for everybody, unless, of course, you're a wealthy individual. On top of pay cuts for frontline workers, we're seeing the CPI inflation figure sitting at 3.2%, which is set to shoot up during the next few months. RPI rate of inflation currently sitting at 4.8%, set to shoot up as well. And when you add the scandalous national insurance increase, the shooting up of gas and oil, more and more workers will be forced into poverty, debt and in the arms of food banks this winter. Workers have effectively received almost a quarter of their wage cut during the decade when they had to tighten their belts but prices still shot up. The suggestion that governments, councils or employers have learned from COVID is once again proven to be a myth. The unions representing council workers, GMB, Unite, Unison and others are calling for an increase of no less than 10%, and that is what they deserve. It's also further insulting, Mr Speaker, that most councils here have chief executives or managers on hundreds of thousands of pounds per year, yet many council workers have just about enough to get by. So we need to make sure that our council workers aren't left in the cold this winter, and if councils don't have a healthy surplus or deep financial reserves, then the executive must step in to protect workers. Current offers are unacceptable. We need to pay workers what they are owed and worth, and this current offer doesn't do that, and it should be immediately taken off the table and a much more improved and fair offer made to our workers. Thank you.
I call Gemma Dolan.
There's a growing conversation across the world that strong economies can be built on giving workers a better work-life balance. Key to this conversation is the campaign for a 4-day week, which is being driven by businesses, trade unions and rights activists. The 4-day week is a game changer for the labour market, as it would enable full-time workers to work 4 days rather than 5 days without detriment to their wages. Wherever this is being carried out, there have been benefits for workers and employers, both in terms of delivering a better work-life balance and increased productivity. Despite the well-documented benefits of the 4-day week, our own Economy Minister continues to fail workers and businesses by not supporting my continued call to establish a pilot scheme here in the North. To date, I have called on 3 successive DUP Economy Ministers to carry out a pilot scheme, all of which have refused. And within that time, both the Scottish Government and the Dublin Government have announced their own pilot schemes, while we continue to lag behind. The reality of the 4-day week is that it can enable workers to work smarter without having to work longer, and it could help solve the long-term economic problems we face here in the North. Successive economy strategies mention that we need to tackle low productivity. However, there has never been any real focus as to whether reducing working hours could actually improve productivity. The reality is that many workers, particularly in my constituency, face long commutes to work, which results in work-related stress and tiredness that inevitably reduces their productivity. Already, businesses in the North, such as JMK Solicitors, ICE Group and Elite Electronics, are all operating a 4-day week, which has resulted in benefits for staff and their company. The 4-day week is also operating across a range of sectors, with a number of packaging companies embarking on a 4-day week, whereas social care providers have contacted me personally to express their interest in a pilot scheme. Over 100 years ago, trade unions secured the right to the weekend for workers so that they could have a well-earned break and feel refreshed when returning to work. There is a clear demand from workers and employers for a 4-day week, and it is crucial that the Minister heeds these calls. I am therefore calling on the Economy Minister once again to fund research into a 4-day week and to give businesses and workers the opportunities that are being afforded elsewhere.
I call Paul Frew.
Speaker, it was first announced in January by the Health Minister that healthcare workers would receive £500 payment. The Health Minister stated at the time in January that there are no words to properly convey what health workers have done for us, and we will never be able to repay that debt. I agree with the Health Minister, but yet, Mr Speaker, it seems to be the case that some healthcare workers have yet to receive their £500 payment, especially in the independent care sector. I would ask this House, and I would ask the Minister if he could make a statement to this House to see when all those healthcare workers will get their £500, because what it looks like now is it looks like because they haven't received that money, they have been forgotten. And there should be no way that this Assembly or the Executive or the Health Minister should betray these people as having been forgotten, considering the amount of work they do for our loved ones and our most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. And the members, that concludes time for members' statements. Thank you. Members, please take your ease for a moment or two. We'll move on to the next item on the order paper. Thank you.
Thank you, members. I have received notice from the First and Deputy First Minister that they wish to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members here in the Chamber that in light of social distancing being observed by parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the Chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members participating remotely must make sure that their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called. Members present in the Chamber must also do this, but may do so by rising in their place, as well as notifying the Business Office or the Speaker's table directly. I would remind members to be concise in asking their questions. This is not an opportunity for debate, and long introductions will not be permitted. I also remind members that, in accordance with long-established procedure, points of order are not normally taken during a statement or the question period afterwards. I now call the Deputy First Minister.
And in compliance with Section 52C of the 1998 Act, I wish to make the following statements on the 26th NSMC plenary meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council, which was held at the Joint Secretariat Offices, Armagh, and also by video conference on the 30th of July 2021. The First Minister and I have agreed that I will provide the report. The Irish Government was led by the Taoiseach, Micheál Martin TD, who chaired the meeting. The Executive was led by First Minister Paul Givan and myself. All Executive Ministers, with the exception of Minister Swan, attended. At the meeting, Ministers expressed their best wishes to all athletes from the island of Ireland who are competing in the Summer Olympic Games in Tokyo, and to those at that time preparing to compete in the upcoming Summer Paralympic Games. Obviously, the Olympics have now passed, but I'd like to take this opportunity to commend the athletes for their performance and also to say how proud we are of each and every one of them. The Council received updates on the NSMC meetings that had taken place since the last plenary meeting. These included the health, food safety, trade and business development, transport, inland waterways and education sectors. Ministers also noted that cooperation between the two administrations continues across all of the NSMC sectors and that further updates would be provided at future meetings. Ministers also noted that the intention is to return to in-person meetings of the Council at sectoral level, taking account of public health guidelines as soon as it's safe to do so, and that the Joint Secretariat will arrange future meetings on this basis. We also noted that an annual report on the work of the NSMC during 2020 has been published. The Council was briefed on the current public health situation and the ongoing close cooperation in the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Ministers discussed the current position in the two jurisdictions, including progress on the rollout of vaccines. The Council recognised the significant loss and challenges experienced by so many as a result of COVID-19. Ministers reiterated their appreciation to all those involved in responding to the pandemic, particularly frontline health and social care workers and the wider workforce who kept essential services and facilities operational. We also recognise the impact of the pandemic on society and the economy and welcome the measures put in place by both administrations to support communities and businesses affected by the crisis and to assist economic recovery. Ministers welcomed the significant progress in the rollout of vaccines, which have played a key part in the gradual reopening of society. The Council noted that the issue of the response of COVID-19 was considered at relevant meetings of the Council and that, where appropriate, sectors will continue to consider how agreed collaborative approaches can contribute to the promotion of economic and social recovery from the pandemic. The positive developments in delivery of NDNA were noted. Specifically, this included that the interim report from the Planning and Appeals Commission on the delivery of the A5 Western Transport Corridor was published on the 16th of March 2021, together with the Department for Infrastructure's response to all recommendations made by the Commission. Also noted was that both administrations continue to work together to progress the Ulster Canal restoration project, that the Irish Government provided funding of £12.2 million through the Shared Island Fund, and the Rural Regeneration and Development for Phase 2 of the project, Clonfad to Clones, and that substantial completion of the main infrastructure works is expected in 2023. Ministers also noted that the approval of £1 million in funding from the Shared Island Fund has enabled acceleration by Waterways Ireland of Phase 3 pre-development work to a point where 3 substantive subsections will be brought forward for funding approval later in the year. It was noted that the Ulster Canal Greenway, covering a 22-kilometre section of Greenway along the route of the disused canal from Smithsborough, County Monaghan to Middletown, County Armagh, is progressing, and that an application for planning permission for the Monaghan to Middletown section has been submitted. The Council noted the joint launch of the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review by Ministers Ryan and Mallon in April 2021. Ministers noted the commitment of the €3 million from the Irish Government's Shared Island Fund to bring the Narrow-Water Bridge project to tender stage based on existing design plans, and also reiterated the priority attached by both administrations to the project. The NSMC noted that the Department of Transport is progressing the review into air connectivity and has engaged with project stakeholders, including representatives from Cork Airport, City of Derry Airport, Dublin Airport and the 2 Belfast airports, as well as with the Department for the Economy and the Department for Transport. Substantive analysis has been completed and the review documentation, which will consider regional connectivity, sustainability and climate change, is being prepared. Ministers noted that work is being undertaken by Leitrim County Council and Fermanagh Omagh District Council to take forward the development of the Sligo-Enniskillen Greenway as a joint project, including the issue of a tender for technical consultants in April. The NSMC asked that senior officials from the Department of Further and Higher Education, Research, Innovation and Science and the Department of the Economy continue their cooperation and outreach to stakeholders regarding higher education provision in the North West region. Ministers noted that discussions between all stakeholders, including the Department of Further and Higher Education, Research, Innovation and Science, the Department of the Economy, Science Foundation Ireland and UK Research and Innovation on all island research hubs are ongoing, with broad agreement in relation to thematic priorities. The Council noted the commitment of €40 million from the Irish Government's Shared Island Fund for a new 5-year North-South research programme to foster collaboration between higher education institutions across the 2 jurisdictions. The Council noted that a statement of updated strategic priorities for the North West region has been submitted to the NSMC by Derry City and Strabane District Council and Donegal County Council to inform the ongoing engagement of both administrations with the North West Strategic Growth Partnership. Ministers noted that discussions and arrangements for the further phase of the North West Development Fund are underway, that an additional allocation of €1 million from the Irish Government will be provided this year to extend the current phase of the fund, and that consideration is ongoing in relation to arrangements for a second phase of the fund. The Council agreed that New Decade, New Approach commitments should remain on the agenda of relevant NSMC sectoral meetings, and that further updates will be provided to the Council at future NSMC plenary meetings. The NSMC recalled that both the Executive and Irish Government noted draft programme proposals for a Peace Plus programme prior to the launch of public consultation on the proposals. Ministers noted that a public consultation on the draft programme was held by the Special EU Programmes Body from March to May, and that it had received over 400 responses. The exact quantum of the Peace Plus programme is yet to be finalised, but it is expected to be in excess of €1 billion. The final detailed programme proposals for Peace Plus programme will be submitted for approval to both administrations and to the European Commission, as well as the Council, at the earliest opportunity. The Council considered a number of corporate governance matters in respect of North-South implementation bodies, the Locks Agency 2021 business plan, which has been completed in accordance with agreed guidance issued by the Department of Finance and the Department of Public Expenditure and Reform, and has been agreed by sponsored departments and finance ministers, was approved, and the 2021 budget grant provision of €5.147 million is recommended. The Council agreed that the term of appointment for the post of the Chief Executive of the Locks Agency will be permanent. The Council also approved Tourism Ireland's 2021 business plan and recommended the 2021 core budget grant provision, reflecting a change to the established ratio for 2021. Additionally, Ministers approved the revised 2021 business plans for both agencies of the North-South Language Body and recommended the revised budget provision for Forests, Nagilliga and the Ulster Scots Agency for 2021. The Council noted the process for the recruitment and subsequent appointment of a Chief Executive Officer for Forests, Nagilliga, subject to already established NSMC and Finance Department procedures, and approved the interim arrangements that will be put in place to manage the business of the agency in the event that a candidate is not in post before the 2nd of December 2021. Ministers also agreed the terms of reference for an independent organisational review of the Special EU Programmes Body. A number of appointments were made to the boards of North-South bodies. Ian Doherty and Conor McGuinness were appointed to the Board of Forests, Nagilliga, for the period of 30th of July to the 29th of July 2026, with Mr McGuinness to serve as Vice Chairperson of the Board for the period up to the 29th of January 2024. The Council also appointed Trevor Wilson to the board of the Ulster Scots Agency for the period 13th of December 2021 to the 12th of December 2026. Noreen Haggerty was appointed as Director of the Board of Tourism Ireland Company Limited by Guarantee and as Vice Chairperson of the Board for the period from the 19th of December 21 to the 18th of December 26. Alan Lewis was appointed to the Advisory Board of the Food Safety Promotion Board for the period 30th of July 21 to the 29th of July 26. The Council also appointed Danny Kennedy to the board of Foyle, Carlingford and Irish Lights Commission for the period the 30th of July 21 to the 29th of July 26. The Council approved an indicative schedule of future NSMC meetings and agreed that the next NSMC plenary will be held in December 21. That concludes the Speaker, Lashclan Corley.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. We now move on to a period of questions, and the first person on my list is the Chairman of the Executive Office Committee, Mr Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the statement from the Joint Ministers today about the meeting from July. But before asking a question, I suppose it would be remiss of me not to highlight that future meetings are in peril because of the inability of appointments to attend the meetings from the Executive Office. And once again, it's a further example of the joint nature of the Office and First and Deputy First Minister and the dysfunction which there continues to be within that department. One cannot act without the other, and on this occasion, one's refusal to act hinders the rest of us. Now, there's a lot in this statement and much information about the delivery of infrastructural projects, including the A5 Western Transport Corridor and the Narrow Water Bridge in my own constituency. Minister, in the COVID recovery plan, there was a commitment to an infrastructure commission, which would undoubtedly help with the delivery of these projects and others. Could you provide us with an update on the Infrastructure Commission and detail to the House if there are any details or delays to the appointment of the Commission and where these delays are coming from?
Before the Minister answers that question took 1 minute and 1 second to get out. I appreciate that Mr McGrath, the Chairman of the Committee, and gets that degree of leeway. Other members will not. I call the Deputy First Minister.
Well, firstly, thanks to the Chairperson of the Committee for the question, and I'm supportive of the Infrastructure Commission. I've made that clear to the Minister. I know that the Minister for Infrastructure has been engaging executive colleagues to try to find a way forward. I hope that that's successful. I think that when we look towards the future and the challenges that we have, investing in our infrastructure is going to be crucial in terms of recovery, planning for a future. And there are a number of exciting big projects that I've referred to as part of that statement, but also many, many more things that we can be doing. So I hope that we can get progress in the Infrastructure Commission as quickly as possible.
Mr Pat Sheehan.
Free last Concord agus buegas leis an ara suchta a righteous Armagin. Thank the Joint First Minister for this statement this morning. And would she agree with me that the North-South ministerial bodies are an integral part of the political institutions of the Good Friday Agreement, along with the Assembly and the Executive, and that the boycott by the DUP of these bodies only serves to undermine that agreement and does a huge disservice to the electorate here in the North?
I thank the member for his question, and yes, I absolutely agree. It does undermine not only the agreement but also delivery on crucial key projects. And no party here has the luxury of cherry-picking or choosing which parts of the agreement they wish to operate. All three strands are equally important, and the North-South cooperation is fundamentally important, and not least for to get action and progress across a whole range of issues. We have the Peace Plus programme, which I referred to, which is £1 billion worth of projects on the ground. That is a lot of employment, that is a lot of investment in our areas, and that's in jeopardy because of the DUP's stance. Also, in relation to the announcement last week by the Irish Government around the increased investment in the Shared Island Fund, and again, that is all in jeopardy because of political posturing, electioneering, and an approach by one particular party, and that has to stop. We're here to do business, but that means you have to work every part of the agreement, and we're here. I'm certainly committed to power sharing. I likewise expect that others bring that same approach. So the boycott needs to end.
Mr Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. The Deputy First Minister will know that the inability for the North-South Ministerial Council to meet is as a direct result of the Northern Ireland Protocol. So does the Deputy First Minister accept that by her actions alongside other colleagues in this House that call for the rigorous implementation of the Northern Ireland Protocol and the rubbishing of East-West relations alongside the rubbishing of unionist concerns has meant that the current North-South ministerial institutions can no longer be sustainable? Deputy First Minister, you alongside other colleagues that call for the rigorous implementation of the protocol own this arrangement. You can help provide a solution by calling for the replacement of the Northern Ireland Protocol.
Deputy First Minister.
Well, firstly, if the member wants to talk about ownership, let's talk about who owns Brexit. Let's talk about who acted against the best interests of the people here. It was the DUP that helped to deliver Brexit. It was the DUP that rejected every form of Brexit. It's the DUP that helped to deliver the hardest possible Brexit. So therefore, the rest of us work to find solutions and to find mitigation against the worst excesses, and therein lies the protocol. There are pragmatic solutions to be found around some outstanding issues around the protocol, but let's start injecting a wee bit of honesty into your contribution. To be honest with the public, the protocol will remain. There are issues that need to be resolved. Let's find solutions. I hope that there's progress later this week. I hope that whenever the EU sets down its proposals around solutions around the areas that we all want to find solutions to, I hope that that's embraced by both your party and the British Government, and that the business people here, the farmers, our economy, everybody who's desperate for some certainty and stability, that we actually get to that point. So I'm hopeful for that for the week ahead, but let's not play games and electioneer and talk to the party faithful. The protocol will remain, and I hope that collectively, through the mechanisms that were agreed in the withdrawal agreement, that the Joint Committee is the forum in which we can find the solutions.
The Deputy First Minister has given her answer. We don't need chuntering from a sedentary position from either side of the House. I call the Deputy Chair of the Committee, Mr John Stewart.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her statement and responses so far. Deputy First Minister, you referred to the Peace Plus initiative, and it's been claimed in the press that up to £1 billion could be lost if this is not signed off by the end of October. Is that the case? And if it is not, what are the time constraints? And could you spell out the impacts if that money was lost?
Thanks for the question, and the answer is yes. The DUP's actions are putting in risk £1 billion worth of investment. That would see major investment across a whole range of areas, and what we need is for the NSMC meeting that's due to happen later this month. That was the forum in which and the vehicle in which to clear this paper. The Finance Minister has submitted to the Executive our paper. It's been signed off on the Irish Government side. So there's one barrier to progress here, and that needs to be removed, because we need to see this funding being delivered on the ground to key organisations, many of which who are sitting at this moment in time unsure about being able to keep their staff on, they're unsure about their project certainty into the future. So all these things are in jeopardy. So this is important money that's going to be invested in our communities, and the delays need to stop, and we need to see this progressed, and we're running out of road in terms of our ability to do that.
Mrs Paula Bradshaw.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Deputy First Minister, for your statement today. I'm going to focus on paragraph 7 there, where it talks about the briefing you received in terms of the close cooperation in response to the pandemic. I'm just wondering if you could give us some specifics about what that cooperation looks like now, and whether there was any discussion about what it would look like in the future. Thank you.
I suppose it was more in general in terms of our joined upness and our approach. We talked about where we were at in terms of vaccination rollout, where we were at that point in time, and obviously things have changed since then to now. The Chief Medical Officers engage on a weekly basis. I believe that's still the case today. I think at a ministerial level there's engagement, and then at North-South Ministerial Council level there's been engagement. I think we'll have plenty of time in the future to reflect and see how coordinated and how joined up we were, and if it was effective enough throughout the pandemic, and there'll be plenty of time for analysis of that. But I think the conversation at the meeting itself, because it was such a broad-ranging conversation, it was more around how we needed to be as joined up as we possibly could. But particularly it was about looking towards the future and recovery, and how can we work collectively in terms of recovery and coming out of COVID. We're going to face all the same societal, economic challenges across this island and indeed across these islands. So I think there's a lot of scope there for us to be able to work together into the future.
Ms Emma Sheeran.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for her statement. Does the Joint First Minister agree with me that the DUP ministerial boycott of North-South Ministerial Council meetings is hampering the progressive government?
Thanks to the member, and simply yes. In recent weeks we've seen a number of meetings that have been cancelled. So we've had the North-South Ministerial Council meeting on agriculture and languages. That was prevented from going ahead despite, well, literally because the DUP did not turn up. But the deliberate blocking of North-South Ministerial Council business by the DUP, I think it represents a serious failure to comply with the law and the Ministerial Code. And whilst I not get into it, I mean, obviously as we speak here today, there is a court proceedings underway and we await the outcome of that. But people can't play politics with the Good Friday Agreement, and you don't get to pick and choose which parts that you work. Either you embrace it and you work with others, or you don't, and in this case the DUP are refusing to do that. But I hope that we await the outcome of the legal challenge and then we'll have to decide on next steps. But I would encourage all members of this House who are committed to working together and to delivering for the public, then we need to work together, and that includes attending North-South Ministerial Council meetings, British Irish Council meetings, this Assembly chamber, this Executive, because the totality of relationships is crucial.
Mrs Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answers thus far. Anyone looking in on this ministerial statement would be absolutely right in thinking that somehow or other Sinn Féin are divorced from reality, and it was they that stopped all North-South ministerial meetings for 3 years when they pulled down the Assembly. The Deputy First Minister talks a lot about the balance of relationships within the Belfast Agreement. The Belfast Agreement created a very careful balance of relationship, north, south, east and west. Would the Deputy First Minister agree that the protocol has shredded that balance of relationship, particularly in our trade with GB, and added cost to businesses in Northern Ireland because of the protocol?
The reason we have a protocol is a direct result of Brexit, the Brexit which you and your party championed, the hardest possible Brexit which you and your party championed. So I encourage the member to work with others who are trying to find pragmatic, reasonable solutions to issues that are outstanding. There are ways through this, and that's through what was agreed. The British government signed up to the protocol. Your party was part of that arrangement. So let's find solutions. The business community here don't want waffle or nonsense, but the business community want certainty, stability. They want us to find solutions and they want us to find a way forward. I hope that later this week, whenever the EU puts their proposals on the table, that is worked through, that we have a joint committee as soon as possible. That's the forum in which to resolve these issues. Instead of posturing publicly and press statements and all the rest, let's settle on solutions. That's what I'm trying to do.
Now, via Starleaf, if I could call up Miss Linda Dillon, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And thank the Minister for her statement so far. Minister, last Tuesday, the publication of the report into the independent investigation into mother and baby homes and Magdalen laundries was produced. You spoke about the incomprehensible pain and trauma inflicted on the women and girls that went through those institutions. And you also acknowledged that the mothers had their babies taken from their arms and moved without consent across and between jurisdictions. Do you agree with me that in dealing with the issue of the mother and baby homes, we require a joined-up all-island approach, and the NSMC would be an integral part of that?
Thank you to the member for her question, and I absolutely agree of the need for that connected, joined-up all-Ireland approach, particularly on this very sensitive issue. I had raised the issue of the mother and baby homes at the NSMC meeting back then, and obviously, as you've referenced, things have changed in that we now have the publication of the report, and I want to commend the panel for the work they've done to get us to this point, and also, I suppose, crucially, the victims and survivors for their input into the work that's been done. There's a very clear north-south element to all of this, and it's really, really important that we're joined up here, because the practices of whether it be forced labour, forced adoption and abuse across these institutions happened right across this island. And I think that we all know and can recount many stories often where mothers have had their babies removed from their arms and moved across jurisdictions without their consent, and that means that we need to be very joined up. We also know that that we need to see maximum coordination, as I said, and alignment on these issues, and particularly whenever it comes to records, for example, the sealing of records. This is crucially important if we're going to get to the point where victims and survivors are going to get full information and get the complete story about what's happened to them that they've been denied for so long. Then there's both church and state need to be held accountable, and I think particularly on the issue of sealing of records, I think we need to be working together, both this executive and the Irish Government, and to show that we're acting together, that we're listening, and that we're going to take action together.
Mr. Trevor Clark. Thank you very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Deputy First Minister, in your statement you referred to the Peace Plus finance and how that could be signed off or otherwise, given the actions that this party has taken to try and prevent the most rigorous implementation of the protocol. However, I'm not sure that I'm going to get an answer, given that you seem to be suffering from political amnesia. But could you answer me, given the 3 years of hiatus that your party caused, how that was dealt with at that time?
The Peace Plus programme is in jeopardy because of the actions of your party. So much needed investment, £1 billion of Peace Plus funding is in jeopardy because of the actions of the DUP. The political stability of our Assembly and Executive is under threat because of the actions of the DUP.
The Minister, excuse me one moment. The Minister must be heard. Call the Deputy First Minister.
And secondly, alongside that threat to investment, we have an announcement last week of the National Development Plan by the Irish Government, and they again have redoubled. They have redoubled their financial commitment through the Shared Island Fund to many projects, and again that's under threat by the DUP. So you can explain to the public wider as to why you're threatening investment in our communities, why you're threatening major projects of investment across our society.
Let's see, Mr. Justin McNulty.
Joint First Minister, thank you for your statements. And can I say I welcome the reference to the Summer Olympic Games and the Summer Olympic Games and the commendation of the athletes at those games, and do they deserve it? They did us proud. But Joint First Minister, above accommodation, can you tell me what is the North-South Ministerial Council doing to ensure that every athlete of all abilities is having access to participate in and shine in organised sports on a regular basis?
The North-South Ministerial Council meeting, of course, isn't the forum on which to discuss the details of how you would respond to support athletes, so that would come under both the relevant departments on this island. So I'm quite sure maybe the member would want to write to the relevant ministers to raise that. Of course, we would want to support our amazing athletes as best we can, particularly when it comes to their training and access to facilities, etc. But the NSMC itself was merely noting the success and wishing all the athletes well. And obviously time has passed, and both the Paralympic Games has now also happened, and I know that the Minister for Communities is going to hold a reception for the athletes, and I'm sure members will be invited to that.
Dr. Steve Aiken.
And may I thank the Deputy First Minister for her comments so far. I note in paragraph 17 you talk about the €3 million that the Irish Government is committed towards the Narrow Water Bridge before it goes to the tender process. Has the First and Deputy First Ministers asked whether an appraisal, a proper investment appraisal has been made of this project, bearing in mind the significant increase in costs of raw materials and also the fact that the people of Newry, what they really want is a relief road?
Well, let me say firstly, the Narrow Water Bridge project will facilitate cross-border active travel. It's an excellent project. It's been in the ether for such a long period of time, so I'm glad to see that some progress is being made. There's also the further development of the network of greenways and the local connectivity, so it's not either or. I think there's lots of scope here for us to do really good things. I welcome the £3 million in funding, and also the fact that the project will move on to tender stage, with the potential of further funds being made available for its construction. We also know that the local councils, Louth County Council, Newry Mourne and Down District Council, are working closely with central government to progress the project, and there's an ongoing engagement there but we also know that consultants have been appointed by Louth County Council and are working towards the development of a detailed tender. So much progress has been made, and I want to see that being built upon, and I think that there is huge economic potential to come from this investment.
Mr Pádraig de Largy.
Thank the Minister for her answer so far and for her statement. Can I ask the Minister to give us some detail on the cooperation so far between the Executive and the Dublin Government?
Thanks to the member, and as you will know, the NSMC gives us a real good platform for ministers to agree the outworking of the Shared Island Fund and to take forward important North-South commitments agreed in NDNA. So in practical terms, we're talking about projects like the A5 Western Transport Corridor, which is obviously an Executive flagship. It's a priority for the Executive, and the Government in Dublin remains in close contact regarding the schedule of its contribution to the project. We also have just referred to the connectivity and the enhancement with the Narrow Water Bridge project, and that £3 million that's been brought forward, and the fact that it's moving to tender stage. And then both the Executive and the Irish Government have worked together to support the delivery of the North West Development Fund, which I know the member will certainly be interested in. That was a commitment as far back as Fresh Start. But there's also good news, I think, in terms of enhancing and growing higher education provision in the North West. Officials are going to continue to work closely with the University of Ulster, both Magee and Coleraine campuses, and also the Letterkenny Institute of Technology. And they're going to be developing substantial proposals to address the commitment that were made in NDNA in relation to higher education provision in the North West. And a draft proposal is going to be available shortly that will facilitate a shared analysis and a review by the relevant departments. Also, you can see Phase 2 of the Ulster Canal project benefiting from the Shared Island Fund and the Rural Regeneration and Development Fund, which was awarded the €12.2 million estimated cost of the project. Alongside that, you have the All-Island Rail Review, you've got the Air Connectivity Review. So, as you can see, there's a huge volume of work going on right across all of these areas, and I think it's so important that we are committed to sustaining and growing this work in the period ahead.
Mr Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. The report paints a rosy picture regarding North-South cooperation with regards to the COVID-19 pandemic. Will the Deputy First Minister confirm that in reality, for example, the situation regarding the unacceptable delay in the Republic providing data to track and trace in relation to international arrivals in Dublin Airport heading to Northern Ireland, the people of Northern Ireland have not enjoyed the cross-border cooperation to effectively deal with a virus which they expect and deserve? Will she confirm that the blame for this particular difficulty lies with Dublin and not Belfast? Thank you.
Well, I think the member perhaps has asked me this question before, and I think at that time I did say, if it wasn't yourself, apologies, but I think you asked me this before, and I said very clearly at that time that were there barriers or problems then that need to be resolved. So I'm, as opposed to a portion of blame, I'm more interested in trying to find a solution, and I welcome the fact that there was solutions found across these areas. I also welcome the fact that the travel picture has slightly changed somewhat since then. So I think, as I said earlier, in answer to another colleague, I think that there will be plenty of time for reflection around how effective the North-South cooperation was in response to the pandemic. I certainly would have my criticisms. I also would point to some of the strengths. So I think that there's plenty of time for analysis around all of that. But I just, for me in these things, I try to find solutions to problems as they arise.
Dr Kiva Archibald.
Margaret, and I thank the Minister for her statement and for her responses so far. Does the Minister agree that recent remarks by David Frost at the Policy Exchange think tank event at the Tory Party conference, which referred to growing All-Ireland trade as a problem to be solved, well and truly exposes the cynical and duplicitous nature of the British Government in relation to the protocol?
Thanks to the member for that. I mean, you're referring to David Frost's comments, and you'd be forgiven for thinking that they're not thinking this was the man that negotiated the very protocol on behalf of the Tory government. I think his description of growing All-Ireland trade as a problem to be solved is absolute nonsense. It's actually ludicrous. I think it's also another demonstration, if it was at all needed, that Brexit is about ideology. It's about taking precedence over the economic success of our local economy and of the north of Ireland. I think the The growth in all-island trade is a direct result of the post-Brexit trading arrangements, and there are always going to be new trading realities in a post-Brexit world. But it was this very British government that negotiated what is now on the floor, what is now being discussed today. But also, I think the commentary also exposes how big a failure Brexit is, and members across this chamber know the protocol was put in place to mitigate the worst impact of the hardest possible Brexit and to prevent a hard border on this island, and also to protect that North-South cooperation. So at a time whenever there are empty shelves, fuel and labour shortages across Britain, we've been insulated somewhat by some of these difficulties that because we have a protocol, and some of the local businesses have made that public commentary. So my focus is to protect the livelihoods and the well-being of all of our people, and rather than raising tensions and dialling up the rhetoric, I would encourage the British Government to work with the EU throughout the course of this week to find solutions that guarantee simplicity, flexibility and stability. I think that's most important, and also that maximises the opportunities that have now been afforded us as a direct result of the protocol.
Mr Colm Gildernew.
And thank the Minister for her statement. Minister, you referenced the importance of close cooperation in terms of our response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Would you agree with me that we need to learn the lessons from a fragmented approach to public health, and what we now need to see is greater cooperation and partnership between both departments on the island as we step our way through this pandemic?
I absolutely do agree with you, and I picked up at some of that a bit earlier, but of course there are lessons to be learned from how we've dealt with COVID, and particularly in relation to communication. At times that could have been much better, there's no doubt about that, it's just a fact. But there's also no doubt that having two health systems on the island presents its own set of challenges, and I firmly believe this, and I said this as a former Health Minister, that we're yet to fully realise the potential that all-island coordination will bring, and not just in response to the pandemic and an emergency situation, but actually in a preventative way. So I think it's so important that we can continue to explore that more. You can see all the practical outwork and benefits of all-island cooperation, particularly in the area of health, whether that be the North West Cancer Care Centre at Alton-Galvin, particularly in relation to children's cardiac care. There's so many really brilliant examples of all-island cooperation, and I certainly want to see a lot more of that realised in the time ahead. So it just makes sense. So it takes, I suppose, political leadership to meaningfully explore how we can work better together, how we can design a more modern health service, where we can work on prevention together. And I think that's what people need. That's about meeting the public at large, their needs, whether they live in Tyrone or Cork or Galway or Wexford. So certainly, as we step out of the pandemic, now's the time to be ambitious and to be aspirational about our health service. And I have to say, again, whenever we're speaking about COVID and health and the response, I mean, the biggest asset the health service has is our healthcare workers, and we owe them such a debt of gratitude, and I want to support them in the time ahead, because the thing that they say constantly is the pressure that they're under. So let's work to protect our healthcare workers, but let's be ambitious about our health service and people's outcomes in the future.
Mr Pat Catney.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Joint Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, I rise here today to say that there's an amount of money and spend going in within that North-South Council, and it will drive on tourism within the canal structure that's set out there. I speak to businesses all the time, and not a single one of them has said to me anything or whispered a concern about the authority of the European Court on justice and governance to the protocol. Minister, do you agree that this, as set out by the party opposite that seemed to have lifted the ball and run off with it, the jurisdiction was a British nationalist Brexit concern, and they should not play fast and loose with the Good Friday Agreement?
Just to say to the member, I mean, we're all here as a direct result of the Good Friday Agreement. Power sharing came about because of the Good Friday Agreement, and no one has the luxury to cherry-pick which parts they wish to work. And we have to faithfully work north, south, east, west, and our relationships here in the north. And albeit that's very challenging at times, it's absolutely worth the effort, and I think we all need to double down our efforts. So I encourage those that are threatening the stability of politics, and those that are threatening the future institutions, those that are threatening much-needed investment in our communities, that they desist from that.
Mr Philip McGuigan.
Minister, given the global climate emergency that we're in the midst of and the devastating impacts both locally and globally, it was good to see the Joint First Ministers, along with Taoiseach, attending the event on Friday, jointly hosted by the two Chambers of Commerce on the island. Can I ask the Minister, does she see merit in an all-Ireland joined-up approach on the issue of the climate emergency?
Yes, thanks to the member for the question. And as we know, climate doesn't recognise any borders, and I actually made that very statement whenever we attended the Chamber of Commerce conference, which I spoke at, First Minister spoke at, and the Taoiseach spoke at, and then we had the two chambers joined up. So it was a really good initiative that they actually brought that together to discuss not just the challenges, but also the opportunities that exist. And so it was a really healthy conversation. I think the fact that heads of government came together to have that conversation, I think, is a very clear statement around the seriousness in which we have an approach to this, but also the shared thinking to how we're going to move forward. So I believe that we will be most effective in our efforts to tackle climate change by working together, North and South, and there are significant opportunities from having that approach. I think we have to exploit our location, our geography as an island to harness the enormous sustainable economic potential that offers us, but also we have a part to play in terms of the global response, and I think that we can best achieve that by developing a joined-up all-island approach that encourages, supports, incentivises more sustainable practices, one which sets ambitious zero emissions targets and, most importantly, takes the action needed to achieve them. So I think everyone on this island has a part to play in that response, and I hope that going forward the NSMC becomes a key platform in order to allow us to advance that work.
Mr Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Deputy First Minister, it's often talked about that since Brexit we've had a significant amount of east-west disruption in terms of movement of goods. It's also true that most North-South activity has been affected by Northern Ireland leaving the single market for services. In fact, Northern Ireland leaving the single market for everything but the movement of goods. That is affecting everything from cross-border healthcare provision to financial services to the ability of professional organisations to employ people in one jurisdiction or the other. Was that discussed at NSMC plenary, First Minister, and if not, why not, and what work is being done at NSMC level to address the very difficult effect of North-South services divergence as a result of Brexit?
Okay, so as the member knows, the plenary is the culmination of all the sectoral work, so each across the other sector 6 meetings, then that's where the detail gets into around those such things. So I've no doubt that that was a more detailed conversation, and I'm very happy actually to ask the Secretariat to provide you with any detail of the conversations that were had there. It was more of at a macro level in terms of the plenary discussion around Brexit, the implications of it. I mean, but I absolutely concur with you in terms of the outworking of a lot of things that perhaps don't get the media attention all the time, but these are real challenges that we're going to have to face in the years ahead as a direct result of Brexit being imposed upon us.
Mr Jim Allister.
Does the Deputy First Minister take Unionists for fools? And they would be fools if they went back to a North-South body while East-West continues to be trashed. But does she not appreciate that the answer to this lies in the EU giving up its ill-gotten sovereignty over Northern Ireland? And unless until that is done, mere tinkering won't work. That is the requirement to restore stability and normality.
Well, firstly, as I said, I hope that later this week we will find solutions to some of the outstanding issues that have arisen as a direct result of the implementation of a protocol that was necessary to stave off the worst excesses of a Brexit, which the member himself championed. So I welcome your language of stability and certainty. That's certainly where I want to get to. But that will not be done by shouting from the sidelines. That will be done by actually being in the room, having conversations, ironing out the issues that need to be ironed out and finding solutions, which is absolutely possible. But also, I encourage the member to inject a little bit of honesty. The protocol is here. It needs to be. There are issues that need to be resolved, and we'll work our way through those via the Joint Committee. And I hope and I encourage the EU side and the British Government to work together fruitfully when the proposals are put on the table this week and find that stability and certainty that our businesses want, that our farming community want, that our manufacturing sector want, that wider society wants.
Mr Jerry Carroll.
Minister, there's a lot of concern about how restrictive and cumbersome employment legislation is in the north and the south for trade unionists. Restricts their ability to organise and take action. Was there any discussion about this? NDNA obviously made some commitments around workers' rights, but only one have progressed through the House. Learning from COVID for many hasn't happened for workers and trade unionists.
No, as I said earlier to a previous answer, this is more of a general conversation, but in terms of the work that's been done to progress the NDNA commitments, there was a progress report. There will be a further progress report. Happy to keep the member up to date around the progress around, particularly around employment rights and workers' rights. And we need to see it. We need to get to the point where we can and have delivered upon all the political commitments that were made in the New Decade New Approach deal.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. No other member has indicated to me that they wish to ask a question. No. So, if I could ask members just to take their ease for a few moments, and then we'll move on to the next item of business. Thank you, members. The next item of business is the introduction of the Period Products Free Provision Bill. I call Mr Pat Catney to move the first stage.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I beg to introduce the Period Products Pre-Provision Bill, which will make period products available free of charge to any person who needs them.
Thank you. Can I ask the Clerk to please read the long title?
A bill to secure the provision throughout Northern Ireland of free period products and for connected purposes.
That constitutes the bill's first stage, and it shall now be printed. The next item on the order paper is a motion on the arts and creative industries. I remind members that due to illness, the Minister for Communities, Ms Deirdre Hargey, is unavailable to respond to this debate as planned and has sent her apologies to the House. And I ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That this Assembly acknowledges the importance of the arts and creative industry sectors, both to life in Northern Ireland and to our local economy, recognises that an estimated 8,000 people are employed within the arts and creative industry sectors, many of whom are self-employed. Further recognises the pressure that has been felt by the sectors as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and calls on the Minister for Communities to work in collaboration with other executive ministers to deliver a 10-year strategy for the arts and creative industries, which sets out cross-cutting priorities, develops excellence and delivers long-term allocation of funding.
Thank you. I call Mr Mike Nesbitt to move the motion.
So moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the marshalled list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. I call Mr Mike Nesbitt to please open the debate on the motion. Mr Nesbitt.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much indeed. It gives me great pleasure to commend the motion to the House. I also want to acknowledge the amendment tabled by colleagues in the Social Democratic and Labour Party. Having read the motion, I see no great injury in the amendment, but I will do them the respect of listening to the argument before we come to the vote. Some declarations of interest, Deputy Speaker. My 24-year-old son Christopher is a professional musician, graduating with a degree, a very good degree in commercial music, only to find within a year that he was hit by the COVID implications. His two income streams of live performance and teaching dried up as if somebody had flicked a switch. And I note that the Ulster University's Economic Policy Centre estimates that between 12,000 and 16,000 people are in the same position, vulnerable as a result of the impacts of COVID-19, and that represents more than 60% of jobs in museums, galleries and libraries, and almost half of the jobs in music, theatre and the visual arts. I should also declare that I'm an office bearer on the All-Party Group on Arts and Creativity, chaired by Claire Bailey, and also I chair the All-Party Group on Sport and Physical Recreation, which may get a mention as we go along. I believe this motion is about two things. One is, what sort of society do we want to build? And the other is, can arts and creativity help deliver on a programme for government? Now, in terms of the sort of society we want to bequeath to our next generations, it seems to me our priority, whatever our constitutional preference, has to be to make Northern Ireland work. And that could be measured, for example, in the quality of our public services, not least health and education, but also in the prosperity of our people. And again, we can have a broad definition of prosperity going beyond what's in your bank account, but how you feel when you wake up in the morning, your sense of good physical and mental health and well-being. I don't think anybody can name to me a civilization that has flourished without cherishing the arts. So I don't want to live in a society that is purely functional. I want to live in a society which is inspiring, which is aspirational, which frankly is joyous. And I believe the arts have a critical role to play in delivering on that. But can the arts also deliver on a programme for government? I believe they can. I was talking over the course of the weekend with a friend who in recent times has had a very serious challenge from cancer, including a long spell in an acute hospital. And what we discussed was the difference waking up in that bed in that hospital ward between walls that are simply painted beige and walls that have art hanging from them. And the fact that if there is art, it is stimulating. And that stimulation actually not only aids recovery, but can speed it up, thus releasing an acute bed for the next patient more quickly than if there was no art involved in the process. Can the arts help young people? Well, I'm going to range over a decade or so, Principal Deputy Speaker, my remarks. In 2010, the Department for Culture, Media and Sport, DCMS in England, released a report on the impact of engagement with culture and sport, and this included a review of the impact on young people. And they found that participation in the arts improves academic attainment in secondary school-aged students. It improves academic attainment. It could increase the scores, academic scores, by 1 or 2% on average. It could also improve preschool and primary school-aged children's early literacy skills. And it could increase the cognitive ability test scores by as much as 16 to 19% on average, and that's above that of non-participants in art, all other things, of course, being equal. What about health and well-being, which, of course, is at the core of our draft programme for government, and also at the centre of plans for the 11 local councils. We all seek truly vibrant communities where people will want to live and work and are needed to ensure people's lives are happier and healthier. And I think we agree participating in or attending a cultural event has a positive impact on mental health and well-being. And there's a survey that says those who attended a cultural event or place in the preceding 12 months are 60% more likely to report good health, 60%. The power of culture and the arts to unite people during lockdown has been captured in a report by the Creative Industries Policy and Evidence Centre and the Intellectual Property Office, a report showing that the amount of creative content being consumed across the UK is at an all-time high during this lockdown. And involvement in community arts helped to counter the effects of bereavement. Think only of the many quilts I'm sure every member has seen, put together by relatives of those who lost loved ones during the course of our Troubles. Arts projects, of course, can also reduce isolation amongst older people. And a recent Thrive and After the Interval survey of over 6,500 audience members showed that the well-being aspects of attending live events is what people missed most during the course of the lockdown for COVID-19. So I'm arguing, Principal Deputy Speaker, that actually these two aspects of creating the sort of society we want and delivering on a programme for government are not separate. They overlap, they're intertwined. They can come forward together. It is a matter of regret, of course, that as we come into the final half year of a 5-year mandate, that our current programme for government has the word draft stamped on every single page. But it has 12 high-end outcomes, and I would suggest that the arts and creative industries can help contribute no fewer than 7 of them. Outcome 1, we prosper through a strong, competitive, regionally balanced economy, and that speaks to the SDLP amendment, of course. Outcome 3, we have a more equal society. Outcome 4, we enjoy long, healthy, active lives. Outcome 5, we are an innovative, creative society where people can fulfil their potential. Outcome 6, we have more people working in better jobs. Outcome 10, we've created a place where people want to live, to work, to visit and invest. And outcome 12, we give our children and young people the best start in life. This is a big sector, Principal Deputy Speaker. According to the Arts Council, 7,500 people are employed in the 102 organisations they fund annually. But the Ulster University Economic Policy Centre say the number of people working in the arts, culture and heritage is 39,100. According to the Department for Communities, in 2013 the creative industries contributed £797 million to the economy, 2.4% of Northern Ireland's total gross value added. And so we come to the figures, Principal Deputy Speaker. Flick through the annual reports of the Arts Council over the last 10 years, and you'll see consistent reporting of the amount of money handed out in grant and aid to artists and artists' organisations. 10 years ago, financial year 2010-2011, 26.58 million. The following year, down 9 million to 17.5. Halfway between there and here, 2015-16, 16-17, under £10 million per annum. And the last figure for 2020-21, taking out the COVID money of 22 million, it was 10.79 million. 10 years ago, 26.58. And if you go on the Bank of England reckoner, in today's money, that 26.58 is £34.5 million. It should be £34.5 million today, just to stand still, but it's down to 10.79. Now, I understand the Minister is absent through illness, and I wish her a speedy recovery. I acknowledge the letter she's written to me, bringing forward this motion. What we're asking for is embedding the arts in the next programme for government and a proper cross-cutting initiative between communities, education, the economy, health and justice. And the Minister says in her letter, the motion calls for me to work in collaboration with the rest of the Executive in developing a new strategy. I have no difficulty in committing to such an approach. I thank her for that and commend the motion to this House.
Thank you, Mr Nesbitt. I now call Mark Durkan to move the amendment.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the motion.
Just beg to move. Thank you. You'll have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers in the debate will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the amendment.
Apologies, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I was getting a bit ahead of myself. I rise in support of the motion, but also to propose the SDLP amendment. I, like Mr Nesbitt, regret that the Minister is unable to be here today, and we do send our best wishes to her for a swift recovery. In the face of the pandemic, the value of our arts and creative industries has been brought into sharp focus. Over the course of the last year and a half, many have realised the immense value of art in our daily lives. Where would we be without the welcome distraction of documentaries, binge-watching series, reading books, listening to music? Yet the purpose of the arts sector is more than just its physical or final product. It's about bringing people and communities together. Perhaps that is why this small corner of the world is so richly blessed with such creative talent, and no one can argue that we don't punch above our weight on the world stage, and why it is so desperately needed. Art is a great healer during difficult times, not only as a form of escapism, but rather as a medium for shared experiences, which has the magic to make one feel not quite as alone in their own place in the world. Its value and role it plays in people's lives is incalculable. Yet there's no denying that the arts and creative industries have been among the hardest hit in terms of the pandemic, its restrictions and its impact on livelihoods. I welcome today's motion and to thank the Ulster Unionist Party for highlighting the ongoing struggle for thousands of individuals employed within the sector, many of whom are self-employed, making them most vulnerable to the adverse consequences of the last year and a half. 8,000 is the frequently cited figure of people employed within the arts industry. However, this refers to those employed by organisations funded by the Arts Council. However, this fails to paint the bigger picture, for want of a better expression, of just how expansive employment within the sector is. The number of people working within the arts, culture and heritage sector is actually closer, somewhere approaching 40,000 people here in Northern Ireland. The Ulster University Economic Policy Centre estimates that the pandemic made 12,000 to 6,000 of these jobs vulnerable. That's representative of 60% of jobs in museums, galleries and libraries, and nearly half in music, theatre and visual arts. 129 organisations surveyed by Arts Council reported the loss of 36,000 work opportunities for Northern Ireland artists and creatives between the start of lockdown in March last year and September 2020. The Christmas period and the year in between will have added to that significantly. When we think of the arts, we think of the performers, but that's just one aspect. That's the final product, so to speak. Evidently, there is a whole supply chain, including stage managers, makeup artists, light and sound technicians, that has been unable to work or generate income during the last year and a half. I would argue that these vital ancillary services within and integral to the arts sector will be dealing with the most adverse impacts of the COVID pandemic. For the sector, this period not only hit harder, but was felt much earlier than March 2020, with gigs, events and opportunities cancelled long before COVID-19 arrived on our shores in its full and devastating glory. The likelihood remains that its impact will be felt for much longer, making an efficient and sufficient recovery framework for the sector so important. In 2019 alone, the arts generated over £10 billion across the UK, and it's worth bearing in mind that the arts sector is the fastest growing sector economically in the North with regard to job creation and tourism. It should be treated as such in terms of executive investment. There's no denying that COVID support from the Executive was too slow. The Executive received £33 million in Barnett consequentials in July 2020, but the process to distribute £29 million of that didn't begin until September and took up until Christmas to actually be delivered. We only have to look at counterparts elsewhere to see how this should and could have been done. Germany acted extremely early, taking measures in March 2020 to ensure events and performances were replaced with digital versions. They earmarked €50 billion for the arts and cultural sector in support for freelance artists and creative SMEs, together with many other measures such as access to basic insurance, support for families with children and tax relief. Clearly, other countries value their arts and creative industries, supporting them not only to survive but to thrive throughout the pandemic. Whereas, what did we hear? The UK government ran a campaign telling Fatima, the ballet dancer, to retrain and go for a job in cyber. They pushed individuals to rethink and reskill, effectively giving up on our artists and creatives. I want to clarify that my criticism of our response is in no way a criticism of staff in the department and indeed the Arts Council, who did work hard to get the money out where it was needed. To turn to the SDLP amendment, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, no conversation about the arts sector would be complete without recognition of the regional imbalance, particularly, though not exclusively, within the North West. In relation to funding allocations from the Arts Council, it has been widely acknowledged that investment is concentrated in Belfast, and that's understandable. Artists flock towards and live in urban settings. We know that. However, the organisations that are placed within Belfast and deemed too big to fail, where more and more money is being ploughed in, this is actively discriminating against smaller arts groups outside of this geographical sweet spot. ACNI funding for 2021 highlighted that clearly, with Belfast allocated over £22 million funding, whereas the Derry and Strabane area received a fraction of that at just £3 million. And that's no way proportionate to the amount of activity going on in both settings. The second city and first city of culture demands and deserves its fair share. I'm cognizant, as I've said already, that this imbalance isn't isolated to the North West alone, but the figures are stark nonetheless. There can be no more gaslighting on regional inequity. On the subject of the City of Culture, we also wish Armagh well on its bid and hope that lessons have been learned from the Executive's failure to build adequately on the success of Derry's year in 2013 in terms of investment and legacy. It's clear that historical regional imbalance is not simply a theory, but a reality, one which has been explicitly and unequivocally accepted by both the Minister herself and the Chief Executive of the Arts Council, Roisin McDonagh. Earlier this year, following engagement with Derry City and Strabane District Council, Business and Culture Committee, chaired by my colleague Rory Farrell, they agreed that disparity in investment existed and acknowledged a structural problem which needs to be addressed. The Minister gave her commitment to tackle inequality as a key consideration of the renewed culture and arts strategy, and to be fair to my erstwhile constituency colleague Martina Anderson, she did much to bring this to the fore. Now is the time for action on that commitment, to move beyond rhetoric and to ensure arts organisations and communities feel the benefit of those promises. Ultimately, greater investment must be secured overall, as Mr Nesbitt has said, for the arts and culture in order to address systemic regional imbalances, and I appreciate that the Arts Council are hamstrung given their finite resources. However, it doesn't excuse regional disparity to date. Tackling regional inequalities must be at the core of all strategies going forward, as must the model of co-design, which will provide the best guarantee of fairness. As such, I would ask that our amendment is supported. The economic value of the arts sector has been touched on by Mr Nesbitt, and I'm sure other speakers will go into that in more depth. I think we really do need to see the economic value as well as recognise the wider societal value of arts and culture in our communities.
Thank you. I call Ms Anya Murphy.
I welcome the opportunity to speak in my support of this motion today. The arts and creative industry sector is an integral part of our society in the north of Ireland, both socially and economically. This sector is the heartbeat of many of our communities, and the north is home to a wide range of creative arts and industries. Throughout the last number of years, we have seen some worldwide TV series recorded here. Shows such as The Fall have also highlighted the top-class actors that we have here in the north. When the outbreak of COVID-19 came about in March 2020, Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey, had instructed the Arts Council here to ensure that 50% of the £12.9 million in annual core grants given to them by the Department was to be paid up front to support roughly 100 key organisations within the sector. Unfortunately, COVID-19 shut our economies down, which resulted in many artists losing work. Arguably, the arts and creative industry sector was one of the hardest hit. Many of those employed within this sector are self-employed and rely on our hospitality sector to ensure income. Cultural venues and events were among the first to close in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and were amongst the last to reopen. I know in my own constituency, on the 18th of August, the Ardone Theatre in Enniskillen put on its first show since the outbreak of the pandemic, albeit to a reduced capacity. Ulster University's Economic Policy Centre estimated that of the 39,000 jobs in the arts, culture and heritage sector, 12 to 16,000 of those were vulnerable as a result of the pandemic, which equated to around 60% of jobs at risk. If we try to put ourselves in their shoes, we can imagine the stress and uncertainty this would have caused to many people's lives. Yet it was these same artists that kept people's spirits high during the tough and difficult times through performing gigs online, which were streamed in many households across the north. Carl, as interim minister, was able to secure £29 million of the £33 million Art and Heritage Fund that came away from the Barnett Consequential from Britain for the arts, culture, language and heritage. Carl was able to then deliver £5.5 million for the arts and culture sector through the Creative Support Fund, which consisted of vital funds such as the Organisations Emergency Fund and the Individuals Emergency Fund. This was done in two tranches. Firstly, there was £1.5 million for individuals and small to medium-sized organisations. Then there was a further £4 million announced to boost the recovery for musicians, performers, freelancers and arts and culture venues. This funding was crucial to allow our freelancers and creative sector to continue to prepare and adapt new ways to work during this crisis. The first round of the organisation's emergency fund provided support for over 150 organisations. From 2020, the Minister and her department allocated an additional £38 million to support these detrimentally impacted sectors and individuals. Over £10 million has been allocated to the Individuals Emergency Resilience Programme since March of 2020, a fund established to help support local artists in the creative industry, such as DJs and freelancers. In addition to this, a £5 million fund was launched to retain skills in the creative sector by Minister Hargey in September 2021. This will provide a grant of up to £2,000 per individual who has been impacted by COVID-19, and this will hopefully prevent the loss of the talent and expertise of individual and freelancers working in the creative sector. The culture, languages, arts and heritage sector has been disproportionately impacted in the 2021-22 budget. The Executive has provided £13 million to mitigate the impacts of the pandemic. And in May 2021, Minister Hargey established a Culture, Arts and Heritage Recovery Task Force. The role of this task force was to consider measures to support the reopening and recovery of the culture, arts, heritage sector and to pave the way for a long-term strategy for these sectors. We believe that this task force is crucial to ensuring our arts and creative industry sector can begin to thrive and flourish once more. One of the key points that must be addressed is the multi-year budgeting for the Arts Council. This will allow for greater security for both organisations and individuals to plan ahead without second-guessing if they will receive their funding.
Thank you. I call Ms Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I also pass on my best wishes to Minister Hargey for a speedy recovery. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, we talk in this chamber quite frequently about inequalities, and there's no doubt that the arts, culture and heritage creative sectors have also been disproportionately impacted by this pandemic. We know that they are primarily demand-driven, and COVID-19 therefore pulled the rug from right under their feet with deeply alarming consequences. The effect of the pandemic on these sectors were not uniform, and long-term strategy for recovery and renewal therefore cannot adopt a one-size-fits-all approach. It needs to be targeted and evidence-based to ensure those most at risk see the primary benefits. Over 7,500 people employed by organisations funded annually by the Arts Council, and over 6,000 of those employed on are employed on a temporary or freelance basis. Granting added protection and security to these workers must be a key consideration in any strategy moving forward. We cannot look at the situation in Northern Ireland in isolation. Other jurisdictions and governments are facing similar threats to institutions such as museums. There is a need to identify examples of best practice to ensure a sustainable as well as exciting future for the arts and creative industries. The absence of a strategic approach to funding for the arts has severely dented what could be achieved for this sector over recent years. The Arts Council for Northern Ireland saw an almost 40% reduction of its funding between 2011-12 and 2018-19. I agree with Mr Durkin that any strategy that we would have also needs to focus on regional inequalities and the opportunities presented by the arts and creative industries, and this must also include bridging the divide, the rural-urban divide. But we also need to bridge that gap with the socio-economic divide. And I just want to put on, I'm a Belfast representative, and I want to see absolutely as much funding going into Belfast as can possibly go into Belfast. But I do absolutely get that there are inequalities throughout the country. But I also would ask the proposers of the amendment to recognise that there is funding that does go into Belfast, the likes of the Ulster Orchestra, which is Northern Ireland wide. And is there for all of Northern Ireland. So in recognising some of that funding that would be Belfast-centric, is there for the entire community of Northern Ireland. I'm also a member of the All-Party Group on the Arts, and it is something that has been discussed within that All-Party Group that we need a long-term strategy. We need to hold all of our departments to account within that strategy on how they progress the arts. We know through the Department of Economy just how vibrant and exciting the creative industries are, and just how much we have to offer here in Northern Ireland, and we want to see that continue. I had the opportunity just last week to attend an awards ceremony with Newton Abbey Arts and Cultural Network, where they offer training within the arts and the creative industries in Rathcoole. But we all remember that during the summer period we had disturbances in around Belfast to do with the protocol, and they decided to put in a diversionary scheme, but it was all to do with the arts and creative industries, and we saw how they were able to take those young people away from getting involved, and many of those young people weren't involved in that, but it was taking them away from inner Belfast to other places to work on arts and the creative industry. So we've seen how it can be used in so many different ways. Funding being put in to this can help, and I think it was Mr Nesbitt had said it as well. It helps people's lives. It promotes good health, promotes good mental health. But I do think that we need to look at those many young people that we have out there now who are interested in this as their career, to get involved in this industry, because we know there are so many facets to this industry, and we need to put everything in place that we possibly can to keep those young people here in Northern Ireland, to let them see that Northern Ireland is the up-and-coming place to be when it comes to the arts and the creativity, because we're getting there. But we just need that extra push, and I definitely do believe that a long-term strategy we now have our longer budget as well, could go some way to promoting that and ensuring that going forward this is the very best place, and we need to lead from the front for everybody involved within the arts and creatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Given, members, that it is now after 5 minutes to 2 and question time is due to start at 2, I think members should take their ease from this debate, because the next item of business will be questions to the Executive Office. When we return to this debate, the next speaker will be the member for Strangford, Ms Kelly Armstrong.
Okay, members, sitting resumed. It's time for questions to the Executive Office. Question 2 has been withdrawn, and I call Nicola Brogan to ask the first question. Nicola Brogan.
Question number 1, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Officials are currently engaging with victims and survivors groups on the terms of reference for the review of the HIA redress process. Junior ministers met with 2 of the victims and survivors groups recently and reassured them that the forthcoming review would be victim-centred. We have given an undertaking that the victims and survivors representative groups will have an opportunity to see and comment on the proposed terms of reference before they are put to us for approval later this month.
Supplementary, Nicola Brogan.
I thank the Minister for his answer there. Can the Minister also detail the latest figures that have been released regarding the level of redress payments that have been made to date, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the end of September, 2006 applications have been received by the Redress Board. Determinations totalling £28.1 million has been made and £24.1 million paid out in redress.
I call John Stewart.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for his response to that question. Given the fact that non-state institutions were at the heart of many of those awful stories of historical abuse, and without prejudice in the findings of any report coming forward, does the First Minister envisage that any legal enforcement financial penalties can be imposed on those institutions by way of redress?
Mr. Speaker, we'll be having a meeting later this week in terms of those institutions, and there are 6 different institutions that we'll be meeting with, and we'll be having those very discussions on Thursday.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. The Mother and Baby Homes panel report was launched last week, and one of the recommendations was a swift introduction of a redress scheme. Have conversations begun within your department in terms of amalgamating these 2 schemes? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy First Minister and I, along with the Health Minister, met with the expert panel, and that work is now being analysed by the Interdepartmental Working Group, which is chaired by Judith Gillespie, who is independent of government. That work's being taken forward. We discussed it at the Executive last week. We've asked for the assessment to be brought forward to ministers and for the Executive to urgently look at the next steps in the process. I would hope that we would be able to do that sometime in November.
Mike Ness with supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering whether the First Minister has given any thought to a proposal that I put on the table some time ago, that the institutions who should be contributing to redress pay a lump sum up front, which could be refunded if it's too much, to take some strain off the public purse.
Mr. Speaker, in respect of these payments, they are being paid, and I welcome that they're being paid at the pace in which they're being done, and the panels that are carrying out the assessments continue to expedite that as quickly as they can. So these payments associated with this redress scheme are being paid. We're having discussions with the institutions later this week about their contribution. Obviously, in respect of the expert panel and the next phase, whenever we look at the mother and baby homes, the Magdalen laundries, the issue of redress is one that we do need to address, and the point that the member has made in terms of the institutions is one that's well made.
Nicole Stewart Dixon.
3.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to delivering all of the Executive Office's NDNA commitments and to moving on those things that have been delayed. Our department has made good progress in a number of areas, including provision of support for victims and survivors of historical abuse, the conduct of executive business and the European Union's Exit Subcommittee.
Supplementary, Stewart Dixon.
Thank you. I'm delighted, Mr. Speaker, to hear the First Minister say all, because to date one might describe the Executive Office as somewhat embarrassed by the paucity of legislation that has actually been brought through this House. In fact, we're at the end of the mandate and we are seeing more private members' business and private members' bills being debated in this House rather than business being brought forward by the Executive Office and the First and Deputy First Ministers. Can they up their game and guarantee that all of the commitments made in New Decade, New Approach will be delivered before the end of this mandate?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In response to the member, the Executive Office has been incredibly busy making sure that all of the departments of which the First and Deputy First Minister have to oversee in terms of the role of the Executive, and a whole series of legislation was unlocked at the end of June on a range of issues, not least the Justice Bill that his party is the Minister responsible for, organ donation, and there was many other bills that this Executive is now taking forward. I think if any member looks at the legislative programme of this Assembly, it is overwhelmingly being led by the Executive. Of course, I welcome private members' bills, not least my own, which Christopher Stalford has subsequently taken on responsibility for.
Call Emma Sheeran.
And I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Given that New Decade, New Approach was the basis on which these institutions were restored, does the Minister agree with me that the public have a right to expect it all to be delivered?
And Mr Speaker, when we look at all of those commitments, one of them, critically important, is the recognition and indeed the implementation of Northern Ireland being an integral part of the internal market. One of those commitments that the United Kingdom Government entered into, it was the basis on which my party entered into these institutions, and that needs to be put right. So I agree with the member, all of NDNA needs to be implemented.
I call Steve Aiken.
I thank the First Minister for her answers so far. I noticed in the NDNA commitment was to do with a lot of issues to do with RHI and dealing with the challenges of RHI. I do notice from the Finance Minister's statement, written statement last week, he refers to a lot of the things to be instituted, yet we've already seen correspondence that said as far back as December 2018 by senior civil servants actions were to be taken. Is this indeed acceptable? And may I also welcome the new member for Fermanagh South Tyrone. I've just seen you. You're very welcome to the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In respect of that, the Finance Minister did provide a written statement to the Assembly outlining the Executive's response to RHI. Also within that response, this Assembly took forward legislation through the functions of government that the member for North Antrim led and my party supported as well. So the Assembly and the Executive have been responding to the findings that came out of the RHI report.
And on a welcoming note, I call Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Could the First Minister detail what progress has been made on the NDNA commitment to increase police numbers?
Well, can I too welcome Deborah, the new member for Fermanagh South Tyrone, to this House. Deborah is a good friend of the family, and I'm delighted that she's taken up the role and serving the people of the great constituency of Fermanagh South Tyrone. My family are more from the South Tyrone end, but it is a pleasure for Deborah to be here taking up her role in this House, and I welcome her here. In respect of the commitments around policing, the member is right. This was a key part of the NDNA which my party put forward, and in respect of its implementation to get us back up to 7,500 police officers. The budget did have an in-year allocation of 12.3 million, 9.8 million of which enables the police to retain their police numbers at the current level of 7,000, but the additional 2.5 million has enabled the recruitment of 100 more officers, and that is a step forward in terms of reaching the NDNA target of 7,500, and this party will want to see that reflected in the next budget for the following 3 years to get us to that target.
I'm going to call Jim Allister.
If the First Minister's party only returned to government on the basis that Her Majesty's government, as promised in NDNA, would legislate to restore Northern Ireland's full position within the internal market of the United Kingdom, and that hasn't happened, could he therefore give us an update on his party leader's promise that if it didn't happen in October, he would be resigning him as First Minister and his colleagues?
Well, the member will know that as a result of the actions taken by this party, the Democratic Unionist Party, we now have got to the place where the European Union recognise the harm that's being done by the rigorous implementation of the protocol that most of the parties in this Assembly called for. I welcome the fact that people recognise that the protocol isn't working and that change needs to be made. Of course, some people's assessment of change will likely differ with the assessment that my party will take in terms of what comes forward. But I look forward to the proposals later this week from the European Union. I look forward to the United Kingdom Government in terms of how they will respond to that. And let us get to a place where East-West no longer has any barriers, and of course that is interdependent to the North-South relationship, and I look forward to us getting to that place.
Jerry Kelly, call Jerry Kelly.
Question 4, please.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I'll ask Junior Minister Middleton to answer this question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Department of Justice leads work on the Interfaces programme, one of the 7 headline actions under the Executive's Together Building United community strategy. Over recent years, the number of Department for Justice-owned interface structures has reduced from 59 to 43. A number of other structures have also been reduced in nature, and the opening times of interface gates have been extended to reduce the significant impediment such structures present to local people. The Executive remains committed to working towards the reduction and removal of all interface security structures, and we look forward to seeing more progress in that area.
Jerry Kelly, supplementary question.
Thank the Minister for his answer up till now. Could the Minister detail the total level of investment that has already been put in, allocated under the Together Building a United Community strategy, which he mentioned in his answer?
I thank the member for his question. The agreed 21-2022 executive budget includes funding of £12 million in total for good relations. The TBUC strategy itself includes targeting of removing of all interface structures by 2023. This year, a further £600,000 has been allocated the removal of all interface barriers. So in total, over £6.3 million has been allocated across the TBUC headline actions. A wide range of programmes, of course, contribute to progress on the interfaces, and it's something which the Department will continue to progress as we move forward into the new mandate.
Justin McNulty.
Can the Minister provide an update on future funding for TBUC, given uncertainties going forward?
Yes, well, as I said, just in terms of the executive budget, it does include £12 million for good relations. The TBUC strategy, we continue to progress, and obviously as we move into the current budget debate and move towards looking how we continue to support good relations is something that we very much have at the forefront of our minds. Obviously, there's continued work to be done, particularly around the interfaces. And it's something that, as a department, we will continue to secure additional funding, if possible, in line with other commitments.
Gemma Dolan.
Question number 5.
Mr Speaker, the Deputy First Minister and I were pleased to announce the launch of the recruitment competition for the post of Commissioner for Victims and Survivors on Monday, the 27th of September. The closing date for applications is noon on Friday of this week, the 15th of October. The Commissioner will have an important role in ensuring that victims and survivors are supported, and we would encourage all those who have the relevant skills and experience to apply. We expect the interviews to take place during the week commencing the 15th of November, with the new Commissioner in post by early 2022.
Gemma Dolan, supplementary question.
And I thank the Minister for that update. Can he also confirm if there's been any progress in terms of the British Government honouring its responsibilities to help fund the victims' pension?
Well, Mr Speaker, this is an issue that I know the Finance Minister, on behalf of the Executive, has been leading, given that it's a financial matter, and continues to engage with the Treasury and make the case for contributions to be made from the Treasury as a result of the outworkings of the scheme, which undoubtedly, whenever changes were being made, made the scope of the scheme much wider than what had initially been envisaged. I don't disagree with that decision, but there was decisions taken by the Secretary of State. It was passed by Westminster, and that did enlarge the scope of the scheme. I think it's right that London would make a contribution towards having those payments made. What I do welcome was the court ruling that made it clear that payments need to be made to victims. That money is being made. It will continue to be made in line with that ruling.
Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the First Minister for his answers so far. Last week, the Victims and Survivors Service published a survey of victims' attitudes. 88% said that it was important to address the legacy of the Troubles. A further 70% said that they were opposed to the central plank of the Secretary of State's proposal, the Statute of Limitations. However, in addressing the legacy of the Troubles, would the First Minister agree with me that it is also extremely important to ensure that the Republic of Ireland addresses its legacy of the past, and in particular those allegations of collusion between Garda forces and the Provisional IRA?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member raises a very important point, one that I know that she has campaigned on for many years and recently led a debate in this Assembly around this particular issue. It is right in providing access to truth for victims that the Republic of Ireland government need to ensure that information that it holds within its possession, information that has been sought by victims and their families, that should be provided. Indeed, we have had evidence, not least in the Smithick Tribunal, which spoke of the collusion that took place between the Gardaí and the Provisional IRA in respect of those particular incidences. So the Republic of Ireland are not bystanders when it comes to dealing with the past. They are very much people who were engaged in and need to provide information to those victims that require it.
Call Colin McGrath.
If the person takes up their post in January, that will have been 16 months since there was last a person in place. Would you agree with me that you owe an apology to the victims and survivors sector for leaving them so long without a voice?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what's been critically important is the functions of the office have continued to be discharged. We have a process now in place to fill the vacancy that has been there, but in the absence of having a Victims Commissioner in place, there has been very important work has continued to be developed. So it is vital that victims get that support. I am pleased that now we have been able to provide support in terms of those payments, and just to update the House in respect of that, by the 10th of October there had been 691 applications received. So whilst yes, I accept there's been the absence of a Victims Commissioner, that in no way has prevented the functions of that office from carrying on.
Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I put it to the First Minister that there is one function that has not been able to carry on because of the absence of a Victims Commissioner, and that is with regard to appointments to the Victims Forum?
Well, the member will know more than most in terms of the important work whenever it comes to the forum, and that is something that can only be done through a commissioner. Under previous commissioners, an action plan had been established for the replenishment exercise to take place. This could be used if it's acceptable to the new commissioner. Obviously, that will be an issue that the commissioner, upon appointment, will want to take forward.
I call on Colin Gillerny.
I can't call you Cash Never a Shea. Let a whole question number 6, please.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, Junior Minister Middleton will answer this question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that members and their constituents share our goal of high streets that are thriving places for people to do business, socialise, shop, be creative and use public services, as well, of course, as being great places to live. The High Street Task Force is chaired by Junior Ministers Kearney and I. As members, we have met with those across the government, business, academia, professional bodies, trade unions and indeed the community and voluntary sectors. It has been identifying challenges and considering solutions to continue to make our high streets, towns and villages thriving and sustainable places. The key themes and issues have been identified, and comprehensive engagement with stakeholders is currently being worked up and will commence later this month with a call for evidence. We will seek the widest possible engagement and sharing of views and experiences when the call for evidence gets underway. The findings from the call for evidence, together with other data, will inform a draft report and recommendations that will be subject to full public consultation and equality considerations before a final report is presented for agreement by the Executive by spring 2022.
Supplementary, Colin Gillerny.
And I would also like to welcome my fellow constituency MLA Deborah Erskine to the Assembly, and I look forward to working with her on behalf of all the people of our constituency. And in that respect, Minister, I'm sure you will join with me in welcoming the fact that the High Street voucher is finally underway. But do you also agree that longer-term strategic support is needed to revitalise sustainably and properly our high streets?
Can I thank the member for that question and join with him, of course, in welcoming Deborah Erskine to her place and wish her well representing the people of Fermanagh and South Tyrone. I completely agree with the member in terms of the High Street voucher scheme and the specific issues that it has, particularly relating to the Department for the Economy. It is something that we need to ensure that when this report comes forward, and I am confident that the membership of the High Street Task Force will do its work, and when we bring forward the report, that it will be sufficient in terms of looking at the long-term benefits, not only of the High Street voucher scheme, but also how we ensure that we reinvigorate our high streets going into the future.
Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer.
Itself just last met on the 8th of September of this year, and we will meet again on the 20th of October. It has a long-term focus in terms of addressing the pressing need for the transformation of our high streets in response to fundamental societal and economic changes, indeed, as Mr Dixon has mentioned. It's very much a long-term project. Transformation will not happen overnight. Significant work has already happened and gone on to get us to this point. The call for evidence will, of course, launch very soon. That will provide an opportunity for people to have their say and will be an essential step in terms of bringing the vision to life and seeing the results at the street level. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I call John Stewart.
I thank the Junior Minister for his answers so far. He will know my passion for town centre regeneration, and I shared with him on that in the Economy Committee, and we had many discussions on that. It does feel like the member for East Antrim says that many of our independent retailers are on their knees, and for many of them are looking at this as the last-ditch hope to try and save our town centres. Given how long this is going to take, what in the interim can we do through collaborative working with local councils and others to try and keep the wolves at bay from those businesses that are really under pressure in town centres?
Can I thank the member for his question? And I agree with the member. In terms of over recent years, departments have implemented a number of programmes in our town and city centres to improve their attractiveness, not only as places to shop, but as places to work and socialise and invest in as well. Government has been investing in our town and city centres for decades through regeneration programmes, but new issues have emerged which have, of course, had significant impacts which need to be addressed. Funding has been approved to provide the secretarial support for the High Street Task Force, and that has been located within the Department for Communities. At this stage, it's of course too early to envisage what further funding will be required until the High Street Task Force final report and recommendations have been agreed by ministers. But it is important to note that under COVID recovery, COVID-19 revitalisation funding of £19.3 million has been allocated to councils to enable support for a wide range of schemes, including physical interventions, streetscape improvements, signage and dressing, as well as access and connectivity as well. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. And I call Maurice Bradley.
Question 7.
Firstly, can I reiterate that we are pleased that the scheme has now opened for applications. It is hoped that the opening of the scheme will have a positive impact for all who have suffered permanent disablement. As of the 10th of October of this year, I can confirm that there have been 691 applications received to the Victims Payment Scheme for permanent disablement since it opened for applications on the 31st of August of this year.
Supplementary, Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, could I also welcome my colleague Deborah Erskine to her place, the new member for Fermanagh and South Tyrone. I wish her all the best for the future. Mr Speaker, can I ask the First Minister what consideration will be given to applicants without the required medical evidence? Given the fact that the record keeping was not as thorough as it is today and applicants may find it difficult to get such evidence, the application basically asks for medical press reports as evidence of the event. Many doctors, consultants, etc. have retired or passed away. And indeed, many local newspapers may not be with us much longer. So could the Minister please look into that for me? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The issue that the member raises is one that many of the groups involved in the development of this scheme have raised with our office. It is vitally important that when people are presenting themselves, whenever it comes to the medical assessment of the need that exists, that is done with a very sympathetic understanding. People should not be having to go through a process when it is absolutely clear that it's not necessary for them to go through it, because it is obvious as to the need that does exist. So the member raises an important issue. It's one that we're very much alert to.
I call Sinead Ennis.
Can the Minister provide an update on the latest projections for the overall cost of the Victims Payment Scheme?
Well, the costing of the scheme was calculated through the pension system that exists around any assessment. So the total cost of payments that has been estimated range from 600 million to 1.2 billion, the central estimate of that being 248 million before administration costs are added. We won't know for certain the costs of this until we have received all of the applications. So at this stage, these are estimates, but the figures should be able to crystallise whenever there is a much clearer understanding as to the volume of applications that are going to be made.
Diane Dodds.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to return without apology again to the Victims and Survivors Survey. When I look at the survey, around 76% of victims and survivors who were surveyed believed that their views were known within the suicide prevention strategy, but very, very few actually believed that their views were heard within the anti-poverty strategy. One of the things that victims and survivors have indicated would be useful, First Minister, is for policy champions within departments. Some of those policy champions already exist in relation to racial equality, etc. Would this be something that you and the Deputy First Minister would take forward as a matter of priority for victims and survivors?
The development, Mr. Speaker, of the scheme, there was extensive work with a wide range of organisations coming from victims and survivors. That had a key part in terms of the way in which this scheme has been set up. It was the Department of Justice that carried out the administrative work in terms of establishing the panels, and it was through the work of the victims and survivors. A lot of information that we were able to glean from that has informed this process. So the member makes a critically important point that whenever government is developing schemes, it needs to be victim-centred. They need to have a key part of developing that process, because ultimately it's to them that we're seeking to provide the best possible support, so their voice must be heard.
Moving on, I call Pashian.
Kirsta Hawk, question 8, please.
Mr. Speaker, the EU settlement scheme is an expected matter. However, we recognise the valuable contribution that EEA citizens living here make to our economy, culture and wider society. We know that the situation with status can be confusing for EEA citizens, employers and service providers alike. We believe it is essential that those citizens can demonstrate their status easily when needed. We wrote jointly with ministers from Scotland and Wales to Kevin Foster, the Minister at the Home Office, to urge that the current digital-only proof of status be supplemented with a form of physical proof. We are awaiting a response.
Supplementary, Pashian.
I got a Concordagus Buegas Lesionara as up the Ragra. Thank the Minister for his answer. Would he agree with me that EU citizens continue to play a vital and positive role in our society and economy, and that they should be treated with fairness and with respect?
Mr. Speaker, I do agree with the member in respect of the vitally important contribution they make to our society and indeed to our economy. It should be noted that those citizens that did apply to continue to live in Northern Ireland, whilst that application is under consideration, they continue to have their rights fully protected.
I'll call Jim Allister, and the member will not have time for supplementary.
Question 9.
That there are differing views across all parties in the Executive on the merits of both EU exit and the protocol. However, we are united in our desire to seek the best possible outcome for our citizens and businesses, and as an Executive we continue to regularly discuss issues relating to European Union exit and to represent our positions in our engagement with the United Kingdom's Government and the European Union.
Supplementary, Mr. Allister.
Would the First Minister agree that it's untenable, given the nature of the protocol as a union dismantling instrument, imposing a partitioning of the United Kingdom, imposing checks because the rest of the UK is regarded as a third country? Does agree it's untenable for any unionist minister to continue to implement the protocol, and if that is the price of Stormont, isn't that a price that no unionist could pay?
Well, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Allister has been reading my leader's speeches very well whenever it comes to wanting to address these issues. we're clear. The UK Government command paper set out the issues which the protocol has now inflicted upon the people here in Northern Ireland. That has been reiterated lately in terms of Lord Frost's contributions. I recognise the European Union and acknowledge their recognition of the harm that is causing. We await to see the detail of their proposals. We await to see the outcome of the negotiations that will take place between the UK Government and the European Union, and then my own party will make an assessment at that stage as to what is in the interests of Northern Ireland in terms of the outworkings of that. But we're fundamentally of the position that we must have the New Decade New Approach commitment entered into by the UK Government, that Northern Ireland's place within the internal market is fully respected. That means removing the barriers that have been created by the protocol on an east-west dimension.
And that ends the period for listed questions. We now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I'll call Linda Dillon. Could we please have Linda Dillon on screen, please? Could you invite Linda Dillon to... Could I invite the member to put your question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, the High Court has just ruled in the last hour that DUP ministers are acting unlawfully in their boycotting of NSNC. What is your response to this ruling?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for that question. Obviously, we will read through the judgment that has been passed in the courts, and we'll provide a more detailed response to that in due course. But I would make this point, Mr. Speaker. Whenever it comes to the working of the North-South institutions, my party has made clear that we do wish to see all of the parts of the Belfast Agreement upheld, but they are interdependent, they are interlinked, and the East-West dimension has been trashed as a result of the protocol. It is regrettable that that is having a knock-on effect on the North-South institutions. My focus is on wanting to have these issues resolved so that all of the parts of those institutions are able to function normally. However, the protocol has fundamentally undermined the basis on which the Belfast Agreement set up those various different strands.
Supplementary, Linda Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, in light of the ruling, can you confirm if you will be ensuring that DUP ministers will now attend NSMC in compliance with the law, particularly given that we potentially have a loss of £1 billion? This is essential money. It would be at any time for our communities, from health to education to economic development, but particularly coming out of a pandemic, this money and finance is absolutely essential. So can you give us some assurances that DUP ministers will now, in line with law, attend NSMC meetings?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my party is very much focused on resolving the issues that have created this impasse. That's the protocol. It's the undermining of our East-West relationship and the interconnection that that then has on the various bodies that flows out from the Belfast Agreement, and that includes the North-South. I want to see these issues resolved. That's what our party is focused upon.
I call Mark Durgan.
I thank the First Minister for his answers to date. Will the First Minister support the allocation of resource in the October monitoring round to reverse the universal credit cut?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that the Executive did discuss, and indeed the Deputy First Minister and I have taken action around this by joining with our counterparts in Scotland and Wales and asking for the UK Government to reverse its decision. Indeed, on the back of the most recent Executive meeting, again we will be corresponding on behalf of all of the ministers within the Executive that the withdrawal of the £20 uplift is an unacceptable one. It shouldn't have happened. We want to have it reinstated, and that's the position that we'll be articulating to the Executive, to the Treasury.
Mark Durgan, supplementary.
I thank the First Minister for his answer. I appreciate his commitment to having this issue resolved. However, I asked specifically around the October monitoring round. We are aware that the Communities Minister has made a bid for £55 million to reinstate this lifeline to struggling families and individuals out there. Will the First Minister commit to prioritising this issue within the Executive, working with colleagues, particularly the Communities Minister, to identify a mechanism that will ensure its swift reinstatement?
Mr Speaker, the member raises a very important point, and that would indeed be the mechanism if we were able to find the additional funding that would be required through October monitoring. This is a payment which has been made through the Department of Work and Pensions. The systems are not here in Northern Ireland to do that. And so the member is right. What would the mechanism be? When it comes to the October monitoring, we know that departments have not released significant amounts of funding. Indeed, it is negligible, and the Department of Health has a bid-in of £240 million. We are due to get funding, and we do have it, of £180 million that flowed from the additional spend in the health service in England, and we get that through the Barnett consequentials. So given that health has a bid-in for £240 million, we're going to be in receipt of £180 million. The question arises, would the finances be there? But even if it was, having a mechanism for this to be paid would be challenging to the executive. So I think we need to be honest with the people who are in receipt of this money, which is vitally important to them, and nobody underestimates the harm that it does to them. Nor should we make false promises or raise hopes, because I think that's particularly unfair given the vulnerability of the people that are involved if there is a false hope created.
Can
the Minister update us on any discussions the Executive Office had with business leaders regarding the opportunities for dual market access?
Well, Mr Speaker, this goes back to the issue of the protocol. The protocol was presented by those that advocated its use of giving us the best of both worlds. That simply is not the case. And the UK command paper shows about the displacement of trade that had been flowing east-west, which is no longer flowing on that basis. It has an impact on the supply chain. And so if the member is wanting to articulate the advantages of having access to the single market, he needs to be able to address the disadvantages, because they far outweigh any advantages that the member may seem to believe that the protocol provides in terms of having dual access.
Supplementary, Does the member not agree that the protocol has provided us with a unique opportunity to actually access both markets, and the fact that InvestNI has provided information recently that there's up to 30 FDI investors are now looking at the North as an opportunity? Does his party's opposition to the protocol not fly in the face of those business leaders who want to seize opportunity of this unique opportunity for dual access to both markets?
Well, Mr Speaker, again, I would say to the member, whenever we look at the number of checks that are being required, and they're nowhere near the level that they would be had the grace periods not been extended, you would have been looking at around 25,000 checks taking place per week. That is wholly disproportionate to what is required to protect the integrity of the European single market. And so the member, I think, would do well to encourage those within the European Union to recognise the harm, and that there needs to be solutions so that we can avoid the disadvantage which the protocol has placed upon the people of Northern Ireland and its businesses.
Minister, in light of recent comments by NIO Minister Conor Burns, can you reiterate the opposition of this Assembly to the British Government's amnesty proposals?
Well, Mr Speaker, my party doesn't support the proposals that have been tabled by the NIO in terms of what it is that they're trying to achieve. We've made clear that the victims should be central to any process whenever it comes to getting truth and justice, and that remains the position of my party.
Supplementary, Colm Gildernew.
Thank you for your answer, Minister. Conor Burns claimed that his government was willing to listen to alternative legacy proposals, but that there would need to be consensus among political parties here. Do you agree with me that the legacy mechanisms agreed at Stormont House represented just such a consensus, and that the British Government should now stop stalling and get on with implementing those?
Well, Mr Speaker, it's some years now from Stormont House in terms of what was proposed at that stage, and there has been evidence of cases being brought forward which continue to lean heavily whenever it comes to the state. 90% of all killings that took place during the past were carried out by paramilitary organisations. That's where the focus needs to be. There has been an imbalance whenever it comes to the constant pursuit of state forces, given the 10% which is attributed to them in terms of the loss of life. So I want to see victims get to the truth. We also need to have confidence that in doing that, those, and primarily the paramilitary actors that were involved, those terrorists that were involved, will tell the truth. And there's a long way to travel before I believe a lot of victims are going to have confidence that those paramilitary terrorists are ever going to tell the truth.
I call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Could I ask the Minister, in terms of an economic question, he recognised the benefit of the Maze Long Kesh Development Corporation and the very good work that was being done by that corporation before we hit the pandemic situation. Could I ask the Minister when he would expect the Development Corporation to return to full working operation and indeed to make progress on the full economic development and full potential of the site?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I always welcome members that don't represent the Lagan Valley constituency advocating for its economic development. There's no doubt that the Maze Long Kesh site is uniquely placed in terms of its geographic location and its access to main arterial routes. So it is an area that does need to be developed. We do need to maximise that economic opportunity for which that site represents. And of course, that is something that the member has raised, and that's something that I will look at.
Supplementary, Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. But I'm not particularly interested in the economic development of his own constituency, but indeed the potential of the Maze Long Kesh to be much wider than his own constituency. And indeed, could I ask the Minister if he would believe that my constituents, who are represented by the Castlereagh East part of Lisburn, indeed would be well represented if the Maze Development Corporation had a member of the Lisburn City Council as a full member of the corporation?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member is right in terms of the Lisburn City Castlereagh Council falls into this development opportunity, and it is of regional significance, and it's not just something that would benefit Lisburn. All of Northern Ireland will benefit whenever the Maze site is fully developed. In terms of the representation on the cooperation, I think the member raises an important point that having a direct representative from the Council would add value to it, particularly given that any potential economic benefits may well seek to have support from that Council in terms of potential funding that may be necessary to unlock the opportunities that exist.
First Minister, the Health Minister confirmed this week that unvaccinated individuals over the age of 50 are 5 times more likely to be admitted to hospital with COVID. Will the First Minister show leadership and make COVID certificate mandatory in spaces where social distancing requirements have been removed to protect citizens, businesses and prevent a further lockdown?
Well, Mr. Speaker, thankfully the overwhelming majority of those that are 50 and over have received both vaccines, and that has provided them with the kind of protection that wasn't there in previous waves of this virus. That's why we haven't had the same hospitalisation rate. Whenever I look at what happened back in January of this year, at one point there were over 800 people occupying beds in our hospitals that had COVID. As of today, it's at 314. That's as a result of the rollout of the vaccination programme. We aren't having the same number of deaths, and every death is something which is more than regrettable whenever it happens, but we're not having the same severe health impacts for people that are aged 50 and over that we were having, and that's because of the vaccine programme. The issue around a certification, I've asked for what would be the scientific, the medical basis for that. It requires the weighing up then of equality impact considerations, human rights considerations, and I'm sure the party opposite, the party of civil rights, would want to make sure that before you would introduce such a scheme which would impinge upon people's civil rights, that those kind of assessments are carried out before a decision would be taken.
Pat Cadenay, supplementary.
Thank you. With rights comes responsibility, and it was already stated that it is 5 times more likely that you'll be one of the ill ones in the hospitals at the moment. If the First Minister wants to increase vaccination, why doesn't he make a decision to mandate passports? And can I confirm if all his MLAs are double vaccinated? Yes or no? Simple.
Mr. Speaker, I really do regret this demand to ask people, have they been vaccinated or not? We are at a point in our society where people who have not got the vaccine, and I wish they did, I really wish they did get it, but they haven't got it. And it is not the place of either members of this society or indeed other members of society to be asking people, have you been vaccinated or not? We don't do it for any other type of illness. Nobody walks up to somebody and says, are you on medication because of your depression? Are you taking medication because you've got a heart condition? Are you taking your medication because you've got cancer? And there comes a point where we need to respect people's decisions when it comes to this. I have received my vaccination. I have taken both vaccinations. But the way in which people are trying to coerce people, actually, it's counterproductive. And if you allow people to listen to the medical and the scientific advice without these coercive attempts, you'll have a better outcome.
Order members, we now return to the debate on the arts and creative industries, and I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much. I'll declare an interest. My niece is a young artist, Niamh McGeehan, who is currently finishing her degree at the University of Ulster. I also have quite a few singers in my family. Professional, some, others not so much, but I would like to also join with others in wishing Minister Hargey a speedy recovery. Deputy Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to our arts and creative industries. It is they who provide the inspiration, the colour, the fun and the light into our society. In May, the Minister confirmed, and I quote, "The people in these sectors make a substantial contribution to our economy, quality of life, health and well-being. In the shaping of our standing as a place to live, work and visit, they offer the potential to alleviate the isolation and mental health crisis facing us, to help us interpret and absorb the implications of the pandemic, and to deliver immediate and long-term outcomes for our people, our economy and our future." Mr Deputy Speaker, prior to COVID, I was very fortunate that I watched Shirley Valentine at the Lyric, and was very fortunate again recently to attend the MAC on its return, where it showed Distortion, a play written by Amanda Verlaque that has been turned into a film for online audiences. I would highly recommend to all MLAs, as the subject matter in parts will be very familiar to all of you. I miss exhibitions. I am yet to get back to enjoying viewing displays of works from our talented artists. We all survived the pandemic with the TV in our corner, keeping us entertained throughout lockdown. Amazing artists and our cultural industry have just about survived the pandemic. Some haven't. Some of those have left the industry. The economic turmoil has taken its toll. Earlier, Ms Anya Murphy had said a task force was launched in May 2021 to look at short-term measures to enable recovery. That task force is also to pave the way for a longer-term strategy for the arts and creative industries, something that Mr Nesbitt has called for in his motion when he has asked for a 10-year strategy. And on behalf of Alliance, I absolutely support a long-term strategy. It is needed to help set a footing for the way forward and for all those who worked in the sector. This includes those who work in film, TV, radio and photography, museums, galleries and libraries, music, performing and visual arts, architecture, protection and management of heritage, publishing, advertising and marketing, design and designer fashion, crafts, IT software and computer services, and importantly those involved in the We Make Events side of the industry, including stage managers, roadies, transport, lighting, sound engineers, exhibition creators and venues, just to name a few. I welcome the motion, and I am very glad that Mr Durkan explained the amendment. I was concerned that the amendment appeared to target the wrong people. We do need a much more positive approach to our arts sector. We need the Department of Communities and the Assembly to correct the structural imbalance of arts funding across Northern Ireland and these islands, and increase the budget for the arts locally, at least in line with Wales, which receives twice as much funding per capita. For example, in the South, the Government allocated €130 million for the arts in 2021 and consolidated the emergency monies into the arts sector, which is more than 5 times per capita what the Assembly allocates to the Arts Council of Northern Ireland, which is around about £10 million per annum. The Welsh Government allocates more than twice as much per capita to the Arts Council for Wales than we do here, and that's a stark issue. The budget for the arts has been consistently cut year on year, and we need to correct that. The Assembly needs to ensure arts funding here is put on par with at least Wales, and in doing that, surely we could require the Arts Council for Northern Ireland to target those additional resources beyond Belfast. But if you only have £10 million to start with, and you fund an orchestra and a producing theatre, which alone takes up a third of that budget, and by the way, are enjoyed by many across the whole of Northern Ireland, regardless of their location, then the room to invest and to develop others is severely hampered, and that's what needs corrected. So it's time that rural proofing is proactively built into the design of all grants and contracts. It is vital support is provided to all those who issue departmental grants to ensure all the arts and cultural sector are able to make applications and provide the necessary evidence. On behalf of Alliance, I confirm and I believe that if we move forward on meeting Part 27A of the New Decade New Approach Agreement to introduce the agreed Office of Identity and Cultural Expression, then our arts and creative industry can promote cultural pluralism.
Would member draw remarks to close?
Yes, I will indeed, and build upon Northern Ireland's rich culture. I thank the proposers for bringing the motion forward. And now that the amendment has been clarified, I can confirm that Alliance will be voting for both the motion and the amendment.
Time is up.
Thank you.
I call Ciara Ferguson.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome this motion brought forward by Mr Nesbitt, MLA, and I welcome the opportunity to rise in support of this motion. We are indebted to all the individuals and organisations across the arts and creative industry sector over the last 18 months, as it was these sectors and artists, despite their own stress and uncertainty that they faced in the future, they kept everyone's spirits high for so many through these tough and difficult times. The arts and creative industry sector in all of its forms brings people together. It helps individuals and communities connect, develop relationships, create vibrant experiences, encourages self-expression, improves mental health and well-being, enriches and supports education, builds skills, and supports the economy to prosper, strengthening the position of the North as a must-go destination. And as we know in my own constituency, you can see like over 1 million people in 2013 visited the city during City of Culture. Arguably, no sector was hit harder than that of the arts and creative industry sectors. The necessary measures in response to COVID-19 saw our cultural venues and events to be the first to close and also amongst the last to reopen. Many of those employed within these sectors were self-employed, and many also relied on our hospitality sector to ensure income. So many practically lost their income overnight. When the outbreak of COVID came about in March, our Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey, proactively engaged, listened and responded to the ongoing needs of the arts and creative industries. She values the sector, and she knew immediately to instruct the Arts Council here to ensure that 50% of the £12.9 million in annual core grants given to them by the Department were paid up front to support over 100 key organisations within the sector. Carol, as Interim Minister, was able to secure £29 million of the £33 million arts and heritage funding that came our way from the Barnett Formula from Britain for arts, culture, language and heritage. This financial support was vital to stabilise the organisations and prevent many from closing. For example, the £5.5 million which was set aside for Creative Support Fund, £1.5 million went to individuals and small to medium-sized organisations, and a further £4 million for magicians, freelancers and arts and cultural venues. In February of this year, under the Stability and Renewable Programme for organisations, a further £10 million of funding was offered to 168 arts and creative organisations, so to stabilise the sector. This was very much welcomed by arts and creative sectors within my own Foyle constituency, and among many groups like the Greater Chantal Community Arts, the Derry Theatre Trust, the Walled City Music Trust, the Centre for Contemporary Art, In Your Space Limited, North West Carnival Initiative, North West Cultural Partnership, the Nerve Centre, the Void Arts Centre, the Verbal Arts Centre, the Waterside Theatre Company. I think it's critical to name them because it's important today to actually thank them for the critical work that they have done, that they've been doing through most difficult circumstances in our city. These fantastic organisations over the years done so much to help nurture, develop talent and inspire others, and they have worked closely within and across our neighbourhoods throughout the city to also assist in the social, economic and physical renewal of our most disadvantaged neighbourhoods. Minister Deirdre Harvey also was able to visit one of our fantastic creative learning centres at the Nerve Centre there in July of this year. And this centre provides first-class support to our young people, our schools and our community groups who wish to access learning opportunities, utilise cutting-edge technology which can boost the creative skills, digital literacy and career prospects for our young people. The Community Learning Centre develops skills development programmes for teachers, youth workers and young people using creative digital technologies. And then, as I mentioned, or as has been mentioned by other speakers today, in May the Minister established the Culture and Arts Heritage Recovery Task Force, which the role of the task force was to consider the measures to support the reopening and recovery and to pave the way for the long-term strategy for culture, arts and heritage sectors. In the future, we believe this task force is crucial to ensuring our arts and creative industries can survive, thrive and flourish. It will be important that we all work together to secure equality of opportunity. And finally, it is also imperative that multi-year funding for the Arts Council, so that organisations are not existing on a year-to-year basis. They can engage and sustain strategies for future programmes. Thank you.
I call Paul Free.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And again, I rise to support the motion here before us today, because we do value, and I value, the arts and creative industries. And we need to acknowledge the importance and the significance of that industry, the arts and the creative industries, not least because of how it assists in developing a creative mind, how it injects confidence into a people and a person, how it adds to a further fulfilled life, and it enriches all of our experiences. It also assists in physical and mental health. Of that I have no doubt. So we must recognise, as an Assembly, how the arts and the creative industries assist in our people, in their way of life and their enrichments. And that's all well and good. And it's all well and good I standing up here and saying that, and then this Assembly passing a motion. But what does it say about this Assembly and the Executive if we don't even have a long-term strategy in place for the arts and the creative industries? And I've heard everything that has been said here today about the funding and the differentials in funding between here and other places close by and indeed throughout the British Isles. And it should be to our shame. And I know whenever an executive is formed, there'll always be a crisis. There'll always be pressures. There'll always be something that the executive can spend their money on other than what they should be spending it on. It's human nature in politics. There's always going to be a crisis. Just happens to be in this case, it was COVID. And I, of course, Mr. Deputy Speaker, will have my own arguments as to why I think the arts and creative industries have been let down badly by some of the actions of the Executive and the Health Minister that put those people into a position that they were. And I think that through reflection over many years, I think we'll learn that in some cases these people were treated very shabbily and unfairly. But there's a couple of points that I would like to make in a constituency base. We lost some of our largest industries in Northumberland. And it was at that point that some of our people, some of the employers decided and said, well, look, I've had a dream for so many years. This is now my nudge. I'm being made redundant, and I'm going to follow my dreams. And I'm going to work hard at photography or artistry or other creative industries. And even though they were following their passion, and even though they say that if you live out your passion in your work, you don't really work a day, that's not strictly true, because those people had to work really hard to sell their ware, to get promoted, to go to markets, unsociable hours, music industry, artistry, all of that. Very difficult hours, antisocial hours. They have to really work hard to sell their wares. It's not just sitting down and painting all day or taking photography all day. You have to sell your ware to make a living. And those people, I believe, those people who were just turned self-employed, that would have had no record or no bookkeeping over the previous years, would have been let down even with the support packages. And I believe that would be wrong. But the reason why we have a programme for government is so that when an executive hits crisis point and pressure points, the programme for government should wed everything together. It's a programme for government that suggests that governments and government departments and ministers have to work together. And before we came back to this place, I was part of the negotiating team of my party, along with my colleague Paula Bradley, around the programme for government. And there was others across the way that would have been involved in those discussions too. And we knew how important the programme for government was in wedding together strategies. But the very fact that we're now operating in a vacuum, without a programme for government and without a long-term strategy for the arts and the creative industries, tells me all I need to know. Do we really value this industry? If we did, we would have a long-term strategy in place. We would have long-term targets, and we would have a funding package that is suitable to support the people, those very creative minds that give us so much pride in everything that we do. Thank you.
I now call Stephen Dunn.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I also welcome the chance to speak on this important motion, and I would commend the member for bringing it forward this afternoon. Our arts and creative industry sectors have indeed seen huge growth over the last decade and have undoubtedly put Northern Ireland on the global stage as a place to visit, live and invest in. We only have to think of the success of the Game of Thrones series, for example, and the positive impact it has had and continues to have for Northern Ireland plc. And as my colleague has said, this is a very valuable sector, and I think it needs that has to come forward at every level. Even the employment opportunities alone that these have presented for many to get involved in these world-renowned TV and film productions. And I personally know some students who have been involved in being extras in acting roles over the last 1 to 2, 3 years in our various studios, and they have spoken of the incredible experience this has been. So I think that demonstrates the merit of having a vibrant industry. These industries also bring people together right across generations, backgrounds, and they have a key role to play in improving both physical and mental health. Locally, over 25,000 people work in the creative industry or in creative occupations, which represents just 3.1% of our workforce. Since creative industries rely on individual creativity, skill and talent, they do have the potential to create capital and jobs and develop intellectual property and advance the way other business sectors innovate and compete. Statistics provided specifically for Northern Ireland in 2016 show the music industry alone, for example, contributing over £61 million in GVA to our local economy, employing over 3,800 people. Whilst music tourism employs just under 1,000 people locally, it attracted over 230,000 music tourists to concerts and festivals in the same year. We have a thriving music sector, and it's not just the performers on stage that we all see. It's much more than that, and comprises everything from musicians, technicians, producers, promoters, venues, retailers and independent record stores. And indeed, the pandemic certainly brought home the challenges that this sector faces when things during the lockdown. More and more, Northern Ireland has been seen as an ideal location for arts and creative industries. And one example is the music industry, which has been such a driver of economic activity, with the headline events such as Ward Park 3 in 2019, which was held in Bangor in my own constituency, headlined by North Down's very own Snow Patrol, and with support from local acts. This event attracted 35,000 music fans. 43% of ticket sales were from outside of Northern Ireland, creating over 60 jobs and generating £3 million in GVA to our local economy, and the huge positive publicity around the world. It also had great figures in terms of day trippers spend, and this combines with other local events such as the Open House Festival in Bangor, are examples of industries going from strength to strength in recent years. As has been mentioned, the lockdown and the COVID pandemic continues to have an impact on this sector, and indeed some restrictions do remain in place which limits the sector to fully function to full capacity. A recent Arts Council survey of funded individuals showed 97% of those respondents sustained some loss of earnings during lockdown, and there was an average loss of earnings was almost £13,000 per person, over 12 million in total. We do need to look at how we retain people and develop skills and attract new entrants through apprenticeship programmes and upskilling to ensure that our sector continues to go from strength to strength. There is also a role for our local councils to play in supporting investment and encouraging opportunities for these sectors. Just last week, within the Economy Committee, we had a very useful briefing from the Skills Strategic Advisory Group, and the message was very clear on the need for us to have a strategic approach, ensuring we have the right skills in place within our schools, colleges and universities. Another example is the Space Performing Arts Centre in Bangor, which is the Cirque College. A £12 million industry standard facility is a fantastic facility and one which I have been in a number of times, and it's an example of central government investment delivering for our young people and those of all ages, particularly which re-emphasise with the need for upskilling, with obviously the loss of jobs in other sectors. Work also must continue on addressing our skills deficit and our skills imbalances, and ultimately focus on driving economic growth. As my colleague, the Chair has mentioned, the Ulster Orchestra is another example of a local homegrown performance that is positivity around the world. So it's important the Minister recognises the value of this sector and delivers for it. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I also rise to support this motion and commend the member for bringing it forward. The arts and creative industry sector create a significant number of jobs and economic value here to Northern Ireland, not to mention just the pure joy for us folks, both young and old. They are the lifeblood of a successful economy and thriving communities. Despite this, it is a sector that is largely neglected. we had the perverse situation, actually, whereby most, if not all of us, relied on the arts to provide entertainment and escapism during the lockdowns, yet targeted COVID support for the sector was very much an afterthought and took a regretfully long time to actually materialise. This was a failing of both the Economy Minister and the Communities Minister. And let's face it, COVID pressures, the impact of Brexit and the shrinking budgets is actually a toxic mix that the sector is struggling more than ever before. The current model of sporadic and piecemeal funding often produces intolerable working conditions and most certainly stifles creativity. It is well beyond time for a restructuring of the funding model and the introduction of a clear 10-year strategy that nurtures this industry and its workers, enabling it to build on its successes and to create new opportunities with regard to its future development. With regard to a restructuring of the funding model, this must be both in terms of delivering long-term allocation of funding and in achieving regional balance. And I know that some of you would accuse me of actually banging on about regional inequality, but the reality is arts funding is actually geared towards Belfast. As my colleague Mark H. Durkin has said earlier, Derry was the inaugural city of culture for the UK back in 2013. We never realised a legacy success out of our accolade as City of Culture. Since 2013, funding has actually drained away from Derry and from community organisations and business organisations in the arts section. It's been death by 1,000 cuts, and it's totally unacceptable. I see the outworkings of this, as I say, in my own constituency of Foyle. I've met with many constituents who work within the industry and the creative industries, and they love our city but feel forced to actually move to Belfast if they want to stand a chance of gaining a certain level of success in their particular field as a bare minimum, and to be able to actually earn a living wage that sustains them in their hometown is really important. As a city, we are known for creative talents and we're very proud of our exports, but it is actually bittersweet. We shouldn't have to lose so many to Belfast and beyond. Nobody should feel pressurised or pressured to move from their hometown. While I'm speaking about Derry, I am absolutely sure that the same message applies to many other areas that fall outside the Belfast bubble. So it is imperative that there is a 10-year strategy that includes targets for levelling up. This will have the added bonus of making the arts more accessible to a wider range of audiences, which enriches all of our communities. Finally, I particularly welcome that this motion recognises that creative industries spans beyond the Department for Communities. In order to develop and implement a recovery plan that actually works, we need cross-departmental planning. Failure to take a wide-reaching and collaborative action will put livelihoods at risk. Mr Deputy Speaker, we cannot allow our creative industries to be yet another victim of this Assembly silo way of working. Mr Speaker, I commend this motion and amendment to the House.
I call Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to talk specifically about the economic impact of our creative industries and how they have been drivers not just to providing but also in improving jobs, but also how they have been fostering a new and dynamic sectors of our society. An opportunity to empower, enthuse and provide that spark of creative genius that has been the ability to channel many of our talented people into transformational positions. At this stage, I would also like to make a declaration of interest as chair of the All-Party Group on STEM and as an advocate for the digital innovation sector in Northern Ireland. We are all aware of how Northern Ireland has become a centre for the film and screen industry, creating in a few short years an entirely new segment of our economy, providing employment for everybody from the part-time extras supporting Viking-length beards, though I have never quite managed to do that, to artificial intelligence researchers building virtual worlds, and entire digital environments that have spin-offs, not just in the entertainment fields, but in such areas as medicine, aerospace, civil engineering and more. The translatability of skills from the creative industry sectors in many ways is another unique set of skills that allow those in the arts, music and others to flexibly respond to the rapidly changing technological scene. But in our motion, we are calling for our executive to create a long-term strategy to build on this success, an organic success that in many ways has been able to grow and innovate so far, and quite frankly, with limited understanding and support from government. Indeed, talking to many within the industry, the issues of trying to get organisations like InvestNI to understand the potential of generating new and sustainable high-value jobs against what is seen by many as a continued wedding to FDI rather than organic growth is a frustration of many. And it is pleasing to note, as stated by our great North Belfast representative Julianne Cord-Johnson, the recent investment by the Belfast Harbour Commissioners in the North Foreshore Studios, a development we can and should be supporting by helping to equip our further and higher education facilities to be able to upskill and provide the necessary skills for those doing what they do. Not just for those in the arts and creative sector at the moment, but for those who see this as an opportunity for future growth and to do that as well. There is a potential for at least an extra 1,000 jobs, and this indeed should be the way ahead and what we're looking to as well. That some of our great success stories seem to have been developed without the hand of government might point to keeping the executive out of interfering, but as we have all heard today, the sector has been starved of resources. The reduction over the last few years in support to the Arts Council is a case in point. The arts translate to a richer, more diverse, agile and innovative community. I'd also just like to speak about improving the creative opportunities within our education sector, adding the STEAM to STEM, so to speak. The value of music, drama, creative writing, literature and dance are clearly recognised as skill developments that improve children's brain development, but also build new skills in creative thinking, the ability to improve concentration, and perhaps more importantly, build self-esteem. We have to consider as part of our strategy how we can ensure that equal value is given to these areas of education, not instead of, but with our increasing emphasis on science, technology, engineering and maths. I commend this motion to the House.
I call Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it's great to hear so many speaking in support of this motion and also acknowledging the lack of value that we have shown the sector, and that's exactly what has led them to this ongoing and disgraceful, stressful situation that they continually find themselves in. And yes, I do speak also as the chair of the all-party group on the arts, and everyone is welcome to attend our meetings. And the notification for the next one will be going out very, very soon. So I hope to see quite a lot more new faces there. And thanks to those who have attended, the small number of you so far to date. But also, my first year after leaving school was spent studying drama. And that not only included learning about performing arts, but was also heavily based in technical skills around that as well. The stage setting skills and recording and sound technician and everything that goes along with that as well. My daughter has recently graduated from what I still refer to as our art college, but it is of course now the Ulster University, but had so little opportunity to find any work or get herself embedded within the sector that she's now moved away elsewhere, while my brother, on the other hand, who has found so much work in some of the new productions happening here that he struggles to stand still. But our arts sector was always on its knees long before COVID. It wasn't COVID that broke the sector. It's not COVID that's creating the call for a long-term strategy. I remember well the in-year funding round, or funding cuts being levied upon the sector. I think it was as far back as 2015, if my memory is correct. And what was great then was to see the sector coming together, and they really rallied themselves at that time, and they actually filled the Long Gallery to maximum capacity. And yes, I remember your face being there as well, Mike, at the time, and a few others. But they did that to tell us directly about the impact that that was going to have on them. And I'm delighted that as that played out and their effective campaigning at that time reversed that decision. And while many good points have been made, I still remain pretty alarmed that so many still hold such a narrow definition of what arts are. And it's rightly so that we do acknowledge the large venues and the established venues, because they are very, very important. But will bring little importance if we don't invest in the very people that will come and fill those venues and make those venues the dynamic centres that they are. And when we look, we're all constituency MLAs, so the value of the arts really we have to begin to understand the very value and impact of those local events and all that local work that goes on at our real grassroots level. And work hard to try and absolutely embed that, so it goes beyond a programme for government. You know, the arts really do fit so many of those outcomes, and others have said this already, so I don't want to maybe just go over all that again, but really, really implore people to push, if we're pushing for a long-term strategy, this again is going to be a long-term solution to what is a very critical now problem. And the arts can really, really challenge and help us to understand ourselves as a society and as individuals. So if we can't understand where the arts fit with us as a progressive society or as a progressing society, then we really need to sit and scratch our heads and go into that a wee bit more. You know, the arts really not just go into trying to allow us the safe spaces to explore shared cultural spaces, who we are as a people, understanding ourselves as individuals, all our many, many identities, our history, as well as our future, and creating the safety for all people to explore that. And again, bringing that down to very local levels. And if we don't understand at a local level the value here, then what we're not really understanding is the absolute critical nature of the arts to our working class people, who are very often excluded from those larger and more established, sort of more understood arts venues,
Would the member draw
places
remarks
and
to close?
spaces. So I support this motion. I would like to see rapid development of an absolute urgent strategy where we can not just sustain and maintain, but absolutely allow the sector to thrive. Thank you, Speaker.
And I call Daniel McCrossan, and you've up to 5 minutes to wind on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I will go straight to it, and I'll ask members to bear with me. I might have to be slightly creative in trying to make out my handwriting and keeping up with some of the contributions. This is a very important debate. It's very important to the sector that their voices have been heard in this chamber today, because for quite a period they have been asking for a response from this place that truly reflects the crisis situation that they found themselves in, particularly throughout COVID. Mr Nesbitt opened the debate of the motion and certainly, as always, spoke passionately and articulately about the arts. He talked about the type of society that we want to build, and that it is crucial that, the arts is included in the programme for government, and also that we see a full strategy fully funded and implemented as well, and also talked about how it improves academic attainment and reduces isolation, improves well-being, and the many other benefits that it brings to our lives. My colleague Mark Durkan also talked about the considerable benefits of the sector and outlined the considerable concerns that exist within it at present, but focused very strongly and solidly on the need for greater equality, particularly highlighting the issues facing Derry and Strabane over the course not just of the pandemic, but before it as well. The North West has largely been left behind, and I know as an MLA in the North West I've heard that time and time again. So the focus needs to be beyond the 30-mile limit of Belfast to truly capture the creativity of the entirety of this place, and not just focus on this area in Belfast in particular. Anya Murphy also talks about the importance of the arts sector as an integral part of our society in the north of Ireland. The COVID has hit this sector hardest, and she's right in pointing out that it was first to close and last to open, and as a result, many people in our society have struggled very badly as a result. Paula Bradley agreed largely and talked about the disproportionality that has also impacted the sector, particularly throughout COVID, and talked of the need for a targeted and evidence-based approach, which was needed to address the inequalities. And also said that given the huge amount of talent that exists, we could lead from the front here, and certainly with a proper strategy, fully funded, we certainly could do that. Kelly Armstrong also speaking very passionately about this. The whole House is on the one page today, which is a record in itself, and talking for a greater need for support, and also has supported the amendment and the motion as well. Ciara Ferguson, I'd like to welcome Ciara to the Assembly. I haven't had the opportunity to do so publicly. You're very welcome, and congratulations on your appointment. Talked of the many benefits of the arts and culture sector, and also talked about how it's been hit harder than any other, and also repeats what her her colleague Anya Murphy said about it being first hit and last to open as well. My own colleague Sinead McLaughlin talks about the sector being the lifeblood of a successful economy and thriving communities, and I have to agree with that. We can see day in and day out the importance of the sector. I will be tight on time, of 1.5 minutes left to get through this, but largely most members in this House today are on the same sheet. We're on the same page, and that is a very positive note to strike. I just would hope that there is a strategy brought forward. Imagine what this place could do. Imagine what the creative arts and culture sector could do if it was properly funded and if there was a strategy in place. Look at what we've achieved. I know Mr Dunn has talked about the Game of Thrones. I'm a huge fan. I've watched it 3 times, and I have to say it really shows the huge amount of talent that does exist here and what this place can offer. And I certainly think that with proper investment going forward, it can only benefit each and every one of us. It does enrich our lives. It improves our health and our well-being. It creates a glimmer of hope and light in darkness, and we've been through dark times, and we have seen how people have got creative over social media throughout the pandemic and kept us all glued to their many talents, and also engaged with people who found themselves in very isolated situations. But the beautiful thing about this sector is that it does not discriminate. It is open to everybody, no matter what age, what background or otherwise. There's an opportunity for you, and certainly there's many members in this House who can be entirely very creative, and I'm sure in the future there may be an opportunity for them as well. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
And I call Mike Nesbitt to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and you've up to 10 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much, and may I thank every member who contributed to this debate. Much appreciated. Many years ago, in my first visit to what was then the Arts Council headquarters at McNeice House on the Malone Road, I was struck in reception by the fireplace. There was one of those big charity cheques, which made clear that for every £1 we invest in the arts and creative industries in Northern Ireland, we get a return of, I think it was £7 to £8. That was the multiplier effect in economic terms. And at the event that Claire Bailey mentioned in the Long Gallery a few years ago, when we brought up art organisations and artists, one of the contributions that really struck me was from Bill Woolsey, who I think employs more people in hospitality than any other organisation in Northern Ireland. And he was passionate in informing us that having performing arts in his bars and his restaurants and his hotels was absolutely critical to his business, to making his venues attractive. It wasn't just about the drink or the food. The art and the performing arts were absolutely vital. And yet, when we compare what we do to neighbours with similar remits, Wales and the Republic of Ireland, we currently contribute £5.31 per head. Wales contributes £10.03, and the Republic of Ireland £12.79. And I think I'm sensing agreement around this chamber that that is something of a false economy. I think this debate has focused on 4 broad areas. There have been equality issues, and I thank Paula Bradley for mentioning the socio-economic to add to the geographic, which is in the SDLP amendment, which my party will support. Secondly, there's the need for long-term funding and strategy. Again, Paula Bradley, Paul Flew, Steve Aiken, Sinead McLaughlin were all mentioning that. Then there are the economic benefits, something stressed again by Sinead McLaughlin, but who also talked about the pure joy, and I think that's the final area, the personal benefits. And I'm very struck by what Mr. Frew said about people following their dreams after the shock of the major closures, the industrial closures in his constituency. Now, Mr. Durkan gave us a stark illustration in terms of geographic disparity. 22 million for Belfast, 3 million for Derry/Londonderry. And that, on the face of it, is a very stark illustration of the fact that there is disparity and there is a need to kind of level up in terms of regional funding. But he also talked about organisations which were deemed too big to fail. And I think we have to think about a balance here, because like sport, we need elite performers as well as mass participation events. And that's why I think we need a long-term 10-year strategy that can find the right balance, or certainly a much better balance than we have at present. Mr. Durkan also referenced binge-watching of the TV series that has been going on during the pandemic. Didn't tell us what he's been watching, but Anya Murphy did. She mentioned The Fall. She could also, of course, have referenced Line of Duty. And in doing so, we might acknowledge how our finest actors, like Jamie Dornan, Adrian Dunbar, Liam Neeson, Jimmy what's-his-name, are global ambassadors. And together with Game of Thrones, maybe we could add, which Stephen Dunn, of course, referenced, we could add tourism to the list of sectors that benefit from investment in the arts. Many members were keen to point out that although it has been a tough time during the pandemic, that the Minister, Deirdre Hargey, has done what she can to try and mitigate the damage. Both Anya Murphy and Ciara Ferguson stressed the fact that one of Minister Hargey's first was to insist that 50% of the £12.9 million available to the arts was paid out up front. And Anya Murphy did a good job in rehearsing all the actions that her Sinn Féin colleague, Minister Hargey, has taken over the last couple of years. Ciara Ferguson also went as far as to acknowledge the Barnett formula had helped to keep organisational doors open during the pandemic, and went on to name-check a number in her own constituency, as did Stephen Dunn in his, going as far, I believe, as to claim ownership for North Down of Snow Patrol. Neither of our Sinn Féin contributors went quite so far as to admit that the 22 million coming out of Her Majesty's Treasury as COVID mitigations within the arts proves the point that it's never been more important for Northern Ireland to be part of the United Kingdom, but then I wouldn't expect them to do that. I can do that myself. In terms of what the arts can do, we do need this long-term strategy, and I was very struck by my colleague Steve Aiken, not just talking about a long-term strategy, but the difficulty in impressing upon organisations like Invest Northern Ireland that it's not all about foreign direct investment, but organic growth is equally important to our future, and that we need to turn STEM, science, technology, engineering and maths, into STEAM by adding reference to the arts. Can we use art and the creative industries to help people live more fulfilled and enriched lives? I believe we can, and I believe many speakers, including Paul Frew and Sinead McLaughlin, were making that point during the course of their contributions. And I'm struck, of course, that Mr. Durkan made reference to the fact that the UK government at one point talked about Fatima and how she should give up a career in the arts and she should rethink and retrain. That is simply not the way we want to go, Deputy Speaker. I'm going to close with reference to remarks made by Claire Bailey, who said the arts can help us explore who we are. I couldn't agree more, and I welcome the fact that in her letter, Minister Hargey, who apologises for not being here through illness, and again I wish her a full and speedy recovery, has made clear that she has absolutely no difficulty with our call on her to work with executive colleagues to bring forward that 10-year strategy. And we called back in 2016 for an interdepartmental approach to this. Not just communities, the Department of Education, the Department for the Economy, the Department of Health, the Department for Justice, all have roles to play in bringing forward a coherent, inclusive 10-year strategy. Kelly Armstrong talked about watching Shirley Valentine just before COVID hit. And I close with a quote of Shirley Valentine's, who said, "I have allowed myself to lead this little life when inside me was so much more." Deputy Speaker, our children go to school. We put a great emphasis on them achieving academically. We give them a target of 5 A-star Cs at GCSE level, and that's fine, particularly if they're academic, but they may not be academic. The spark inside them of ability and creativity may not lie in a classroom. They may find it on the sports field. They may find it on the stage. They may find it playing a musical instrument. I think it is our duty to help those young people find that spark wherever it's going to originate from, and to turn it into a great forest fire of passion for learning and for life. And that's where the arts and the creative industries have a role to play. I commend this motion and the amendment to this House.
Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Mark Durgan and Daniel McCrossan be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the motion as amended is agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I would ask members to take their ease before the next item of business. Order members. The next item in the order paper is a motion on labour shortages. Before we begin, I would advise members that the Minister for the Economy has given notice that he is not available to respond to the motion today. But the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs has agreed to respond to the motion on behalf of the Executive. I'll ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly notes with concern the impact that labour shortages are having in the agri-food and haulage sectors locally and in Britain, acknowledges that these sectors relied on EU labour, recognises that these labour shortages are a direct consequence of Brexit and the end of freedom of movement for EU workers, believes that the British Government needs to act urgently to address labour shortages and enable EU citizens to come here to work and live, and calls on the Minister for the Economy to make clear to the British Government the significant impact labour shortages are having on the local economy and the need to rectify the situation.
Thank you. I now call Kiva Archibald to formally move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and a further 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. I now invite you to open the debate on the motion.
Margaret Lascan Corlia, and the motion today notes with concern the impact that labour shortages are having, particularly in our agri-food sector, which rely greatly on workers from across the EU. The ending of freedom of movement and the outworking of Brexit and the British Government's post-Brexit immigration policies have created this situation. There is a need for the British Government to act urgently to address labour shortages and enable EU citizens to come here to work and live, and this motion calls for that and for the Economy Minister to make clear to the British Government the significant impact that labour shortages are having on our local economy and the need to rectify that situation. Over 200,000 EU nationals left Britain in the past couple of years, so anyone who asserts that labour shortages are nothing to do with Brexit is like a child with their fingers in their ears and their eyes squeezed shut. They don't want to know. The anti-migrant, xenophobic, English nationalist motivation driving the Brexit campaign post-referendum resulted in EU nationals, people who'd made their homes in Britain and here locally, who are valued members of our communities, reporting an increase in hostility and racist incidents. It is also a matter of fact that the value of sterling plummeted after the referendum, so wages were relatively worth less in euros than before Brexit. And of course, this year, freedom of movement has ended, so those who wanted to remain in Britain or the North had to go through the bureaucracy of applying for settled status. It is blinkered head in the sand nonsense to assert that labour shortages aren't because of Brexit, but simply policy after Brexit, as the Agriculture Minister has done so. Of course, it's no surprise, I want to make some progress. It's no surprise that he would do so, being a champion and a cheerleader for the type of Brexit that has resulted in empty shelves and, in his own words, could see us in the bizarre situation of having food shortages on our shelves and healthy animals in our own country slaughtered on farms and not used for food production. That would be just a ridiculous situation, that we were trying to import food from other parts of the world at a higher cost because we've got a labour shortage issue here. That's not something anyone would want to take ownership of, but ownership he and his DUP colleagues who aligned themselves with the most right-wing elements of the Tory party to deliver a hard Brexit must take. While the protocol mitigates some of the impacts of Brexit, one of those that it does not provide for is the loss of freedom of movement, and for us losing the ability to have workers from across the EU come here to work and make their homes and add to the vibrancy of our communities. And that's something that I, for one, find sad. If it were not incredulous enough that some would try to paint the labour shortages as nothing to do with Brexit, what is worse is those who try to suggest that there was some grand design to push up wages. Let's be very clear. If wages have increased in Britain, it's simply due to the simple economics of supply and demand. Shortages of workers have created a situation where employers are being forced to offer better pay. And while that may represent a better outcome for workers in the short term, it does not fix the problem, and it's simply a short-term fix if not accompanied by protections for those workers in terms of their terms and conditions. It's a demonstrable fallacy that the Tories, or the DUP for that matter, but that the Tories suddenly care about workers' rights is the most implausible of all the aspects of this sorry tale. What we're talking about is a party that has rolled back on trade union rights, limited strike action and saw Brexit as an opportunity to dismantle workers' protections. Nothing will convince me that any increase in wages, and even if it is statistically actually the case, is anything other than consequential. The British Government also has no intention of doing anything to solve the problems it has created. The temporary visas for HGV drivers fall far short in terms of the number and nature of interventions required. In a recent response to the Chair of the ERA Committee on responses of various British ministers to requests for actions to alleviate the labour shortages faced here, Minister Putz, and I do appreciate the Minister being here to respond, outlines a shocking disregard in those responses, although I use the word shocking in somewhat advisedly because nothing really shocks us when it comes to disregard of Tory politicians to the north, but a shocking disregard of the responses of the impact of the British Government's post-Brexit immigration policy on our economy. No flexibility in the seasonal agricultural workers pilot, no flexibility in the shortage occupations list, no action at all to actually address the issues. Our economy and our very successful agri-food sector in particular are simply collateral damage in the delivery of a right-wing hard Brexit driven by jingoistic sentiments. The DUP and others have their own responsibilities in delivering that Brexit and seem to be in denial about it and what's needed. We need to be honest about what has caused the problems we now face, and that in itself delivers a solution. Allowing EU citizens to come here and work here again, helping to create a more successful and welcoming economy. We also do need to put a focus on developing the skills to meet the needs of all sectors of our economy, including where we now have shortages. But some of those are not short-term fixes, so we need to do both, and one, of course, supports the other. We also have the opportunity to take advantage of our trading arrangements under the protocol to bring investment and to create jobs. So instead of focusing on ideology, all parties here should be working to deliver for citizens by creating a stronger economy.
I call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As a party, the Democratic Unionist Party understands the seriousness of current labour shortages affecting the local agri-food and haulage sectors. Representing myself, a rural constituency, and having worked in this sector for over 20 years, I fully recognise the importance of this sector to the Northern Ireland economy. It is valued at $5 billion and employs around 113,000 people. The Irish Farmers Association recently highlighted a similar crisis of labour in the Irish Republic's pig sector. I'm not aware that the Republic of Ireland have left the European Union, so obviously they're experiencing some of the issues we have here. This demonstrates that the EEA free movement isn't the answer that some in this House claim it is. The Irish Farmers Association in the Irish Republic have also expressed concern regarding the lack of suitable labour available at processing level and on pig farms, and this is despite the Republic of Ireland's continued membership of the EU and access to free movement. It is ironic that the same parties who are calling on those of us who oppose the protocol to focus on practical solutions would rather grandstand on this issue rather than get behind the clear and tangible asks the Agriculture Minister has made to DEFRA and the Home Office. These asks include relaxing the English language requirements of the points-based system for agri-food workers, speeding up processing times for agri-food visas, placing the butchery profession on the shortage occupation list, extra routes for temporary non-seasonal workers, and expanding sectors covered by the seasonal worker scheme. The reality is that Brexit did not cause the current crisis. The new domestic UK immigration policy has been the main catalyst for this. There is scope for change, and we will be making that case strongly. The DUP opposed key recommendations outlined in this report, which included ending all specific work migration routes for low-skilled workers, with the exception of seasonal agricultural, rejecting a regional salary threshold or shortage occupational list for Northern Ireland, which is better suited to the needs of local sectors. There has been sensational reports of over 1 million EEA workers leaving the UK. These have been largely discredited, and ONS statistics indicate that 200,000 is a more accurate figure. In truth, by the end of May 2021, there had actually been 5.6 million applications for settled status. These workers can return to the UK if they wish. when sectors are lacking the relevant skills or terms and conditions do not incentivise those qualified to come forward. Our immigration rules must be adaptable to ease pressures that build. The coronavirus pandemic, which hasn't been mentioned so far, which I think has maybe missed some people, along with the changes to the UK's immigration policy, has impacted almost all parts of our economy and has manifested itself in various forms, including the shortage of HGV drivers. There have been claims recently that as many as 600,000 people in the UK currently have necessary licences but are not active in this profession. While the granting of emergency visas for 5,000 HGV drivers is welcome but represents nothing more than a sticking plaster, the members will be aware that the responsibility for the testing of HGV drivers falls to the Minister for Infrastructure, and she will have to look at what her department can do to ease these problems. It is clear that these issues are not unique to Northern Ireland, with HGV driver shortages also being reported across Europe, including the Republic of Ireland. So this is not a Brexit issue. Engagement on staff terms and conditions within the haulage industry will also be important. The Ulster University Economic Policy Centre Skills Barometer anticipates there will be a need for an estimated 800 new road transport drivers, including HGV drivers, in Northern Ireland every year up to 2028. The Department for Economy has an apprenticeship Northern Ireland programme offering funded apprenticeship training for those aged between 16 and 24 in driving goods vehicles at both Level 2 and Level 3. Work is underway to amend the age of eligibility criteria for apprenticeships NI frameworks, which would make them available to older apprentices. Both apprenticeship frameworks include knowledge-based and competence-based qualifications in driving a range of goods vehicles, including articulate vehicles. Work is currently underway to amend the age eligibility criteria for apprenticeships NI frameworks, which would make them available to older apprentices. There has been increased demand for workers in the hospitality sector across Northern Ireland, with a high level of vacancies in a number of occupations, including chefs, catering assistants, bartenders and waiting staff. Representatives of the Northern Ireland Food and Drink Association have said the current disruption is down to a number of factors, including access to labour, COVID restrictions and logistics and supply chains, which have been disrupted globally. The Minister for Economy has currently taken a number of measures to address shortage in the hospitality and tourism sector, and it is important that the Department continues to support the further education colleges and the Skills Focus programme offering bespoke training aimed at hospitality and tourism managers. Programmes such as the Skills Intervention Programme and Skill Up are also important to deliver a wide range of qualifications.
To close.
Thank you, Mr Deputy.
And I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Just to check, I have 5 minutes. That's what we're. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise obviously to support the motion today from Sinn Féin. It would be something of a surprise, I think, to members of the House if I wasn't going to say that. I'm sometimes intrigued by the logic at work whenever people say that a labour shortage is a particular labour shortage of workers coming from the EU 26, because of course the South of Ireland, the Republic, is not subject to the same restrictions on immigration that the rest of the EU is, but that it has nothing to do with Brexit, and that it's purely a policy choice by the UK government. And ministers here, including the minister whom I welcome in his place, might say that that policy choice isn't one they agree with. Well, how can they make that policy choice, and why have they made that policy choice? They've made the choice to restrict, in fact to end freedom of movement from the EU, because that was core to and inherent in the project of Brexit. So that's undeniable. Let's stop with that pretence. The reason we can't bring EU workers, particularly in particular sectors, in to work here is because the UK left the European Union, and not just left the European Union, but did so in a way that demanded, from their perspective, they leave the single market and no longer have freedom of movement. So let's just kill that silly argument. It is true, as some have said, that there are broader, more global factors at work in terms of international labour crisis. In other EU countries, they are also having particular issues with labour shortage, and there are other supply chain crises. But the truth is that it's worse in Britain, and I say Britain meaning Great Britain, because they have both restricted their ability to bring in people to work there from the EU, but they also have left the single market for goods, which thankfully we have not, because we've had some protections under the protocol. I will briefly give way. Yeah.
What does the member say to the fact, which sometimes have a habit of getting in the way of the political line that the member wants to pursue? What does he say to the fact that the number of haulage drivers that Poland is short of is twice the figure of the EU? Poland is still in the EU, at least for now.
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you very much. Well, that doesn't really disprove the point that a lack of access to EU workers is still a problem for the UK economy. I acknowledge that there are labour issues in other countries, but those are more acute in Britain because Britain doesn't have access to a labour market of 500 million people. That's self-evident and it's been said by many economists. So I'm happy to take the member's point, but I don't quite understand what it is and I don't think it disproves anything that I have said. It is clear that the labour crisis is having a real problem, is causing real problems in particular sectors that are highly important to the Northern Ireland economy, most obviously the agri-food sector, as has been acknowledged by the Agriculture Minister himself. I welcome the fact that repeated letters have been sent, and not just by the Agriculture Minister, but by his colleague, the Economy Minister, over some years now, to try and convince the UK Government to adjust its policy on the labour, on visas and on access to labour from around both the world and the EU. It's revealing, isn't it, that they haven't budged an inch. They haven't moved at all, despite the repeated requests of ministers, particularly ministers from the DUP, to ease on the rules. I wonder if those DUP ministers might pause just for a second to reflect on whether the Brexit that they championed in the first place didn't help create these consequences that they're now trying to undo and ameliorate. I hear loud sighs from across the chamber. I'm sure we'll hear an insight from the Minister as to how he's going to tackle these labour crises. I think it's important to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that from my perspective, it isn't simply about the economic impact of loss of EU labour. That is critical for particular sectors, especially our agri-food sectors, but other sectors too. There were reports yesterday of the impending crisis, or indeed the current crisis, facing the health and social care sector in England because of the cuts in their access to healthcare workers from the continent. That isn't proportionately as big a problem for Northern Ireland because we don't. A smaller proportion of our NHS workforce comes from the continent. But it does give an insight as to the extraordinary problems created by the decision of the UK to end freedom of movement. But for me, the end of freedom of movement isn't simply an economic problem, it's a societal tragedy, because the ability to live and work across the European Union was an enormous benefit to not just workers in this economy, but all of us as citizens, young people, the people we represent. It saddens me that young people from this society who, for whatever reason, are not able or do not want to avail of EU citizenship via an Irish passport, and there will be some who choose not to because we are a plural society. Those options are closed off to them now, and they're closed off by decisions made by the British government and supported by parties in this chamber. And I think that's a great tragedy for young British citizens, British passport holders from Northern Ireland, and I wish they hadn't been left with that restriction in their rights. So I agree with the motion, but it's incumbent on me to say that I hold out very little hope that this UK government is going to do anything on the basis of requests and motions from this chamber. They've shown they care very little as to what is good for the Northern Ireland economy, or indeed what people in this Assembly or this society say. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Ulster Unionist Party will not be supporting this motion, not because we are blind to the fact that there is an issue, but because we believe that the wording of the motion is too narrow, founded, frankly, in ideological opportunism. And I would ask members just remind themselves that this is coming from a man who was totally against Brexit, who was leader of the Ulster Unionist Party in 2016 and campaigned to remain, and warned of the negative consequences. The fact is, our economy, Deputy Speaker, is facing massive challenges, and not just in skills and labour shortages. On Friday of last week, the Economy Committee had an urgent briefing, virtually, from the utility regulator on energy prices. It was frightening, particularly in the context with the loss of the £20 uplift in universal credit. How many of our fellow citizens are about to be plunged into poverty and unable to afford their energy? We were told one gas provider, one that's already had a massive hike in prices, is about to ask for another rise before Christmas of 40%. 40%. And its anticipated Power NI will be asking for something in the region of 15% to be put on your electricity bill in the new year. And that is not about labour shortages. It's about other factors. It's about the pandemic, about the production of raw materials, which are failing globally. It's about a 250% increase in the cost of wholesale gas. It's about inflation. So yes, we have labour shortages, but they're not all linked to the problems of Brexit. Because there are skills shortages on continental Europe, and Mr. Allister has just made the point about haulage drivers in Poland. The leader of my party, Doug Beattie, and I recently travelled to meet with some leading business people from the Republic of Ireland. They have skills shortages as well, and of course they remain within the European Union. They have access to the EU 26 on the continent, and of course free access around Britain and Ireland. And yet they have shortages, and they look to us, to our universities and to our young people for the answers. This motion calls on the Minister for the Economy to, quote, make clear to the British Government the significant impact labour shortages are having on the local economy, end quote. I really don't think the UK Government are unaware of the issues that we face. And what this party, what the Ulster Unionists call for, is for the Economy Minister to engage with the Migration Advisory Committee, the MAC, the need for the MAC to urgently broaden the categories of shortage occupationalists so that we can accommodate more workers, particularly in agri-food and haulage. And I would say to Mr. O'Toole, as you mentioned it, the Migration Advisory Committee are currently looking at the social care sector and how they can fill the gaps in labour shortages there. I give way to the member for East Antrim.
Thank you, Mr. Nesbitt. Just in relation to the fact that this motion calls on the Economy Minister to reaffirm with the United Kingdom Government the shortages of labour. While we all appreciate that they must know because they see the effect on a day and daily basis in the rest of the United Kingdom, emphasising that point and encouraging them to do something about it is surely the main thrust of this motion.
Members, an extra minute.
Well, I thank the member for his intervention. The final part of the motion certainly calls on the government to rectify the situation. But what I'm saying is I'm giving you how you rectify, not just calling to rectify. Get the MAC to look at the issue. Give way to the chair of the committee.
Yeah, just I suppose to make the point, the British Government has already ignored the recommendations of the MAC in relation to the North.
Well, I thank the member for her point, but just because you don't succeed once doesn't mean you shouldn't try a second time. I'm telling you, we face a broader, deeper global problem. I was listening just recently to the boss of Kraft Heinz on the BBC, one of the biggest agri-food businesses in the United States. Miguel Patricio says inflation is the problem across the board. The cost of ingredients, cereals, oils has pushed global food prices to a 10-year high, according to the UN Food and Agriculture Organization. That's a problem that we need to be focused on. The fact that the production of raw materials, ranging from crops to vegetable oils, are all rising. So measures to control the pandemic, as well as illness, have limited output, limited delivery. That's a problem we want to deal with. The OECD, the Organisation for Cooperation and Development in the Economy, say prices in the G20 group of major economies will grow faster than the pre-pandemic for at least 2 more years. That's an issue we should be dealing with. So, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I was not watching the clock. So, sadly, we will not be supporting the motion as it is too narrow.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I do rise to support the motion. Again, it seems to me that we're picking up the pieces of Brexit and the harm that it's doing to our economy. As increasingly we're hearing the shortages of people, particularly in logistics and hospitality. We're also facing major shortages in healthcare staff, and we have been doing that for quite a number of years. There are those who say that the labour shortages that are impacting us are impacting the entire world. Indeed, the global supply chains have been disrupted as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. There is no doubt about that. However, it appears that this has been compounded with problems of Brexit in the United Kingdom to create an even more serious situation. Many EU workers left the United Kingdom during the pandemic to go to their homes, due to a fall in demand for labour in many sectors. However, following the UK's departure from the EU at the start of this year and the end of freedom of movement, overnight a major source of workers has been cut off to the United Kingdom. So while the pandemic has had its impact, Brexit has made it worse. You can't help but note petrol pumps are not running dry in France or Germany or many other parts of Europe. Luckily in Northern Ireland we haven't seen those fuel shortages or indeed empty supermarket shelves to any great extent. I believe there's a general feeling across this Assembly that we should be doing something to tackle the subject of labour shortages. Hospitality has been heavily impacted with reduced hours and closures of restaurants, and just as they're about to recover from the extreme challenges of COVID, we restrict the number of people available to work in that sector. Delighted the Agriculture Minister is here today, and I recognise the support that he has given and spoken about in relation to that industry. It's a major industry for us in Northern Ireland, and without workers to pick and process crops, for example, we can't continue to expand our successful agri-food business. And don't for one moment think that these are low-skilled, low-paid jobs. They are not. In many cases, they are highly skilled jobs. You just had to look at a country file on TV last night when that very point was made about the skills of seasonal workers coming into the United Kingdom. They had a little competition between a robot and human beings. The human beings won hands down in terms of their ability to do their job. Unfortunately, the United Kingdom's government's response has been haphazard, saying that we need to create a high-skilled, high-wage economy. But that certainly doesn't happen overnight, and it certainly doesn't happen without investment in skills and in training. How will that be delivered? Those are questions which, unfortunately, the Economy Minister is not here to answer, but perhaps the Agriculture Minister will have been briefed by him to deal with those points. We also need to challenge the narrative that workers from many of the EU countries that used to come to the United Kingdom were essentially low-skilled and cheap labour. For many years, people from the EU came to Northern Ireland and made an invaluable contribution to a wide array of demanded skills across society and our economy, from our health service to the tech sector, to making sure that we got the goods that we needed and the goods in the shops that we required. The economic isolation will not automatically deliver the high-wage, high-skilled economy. In fact, there's a worrying indication that this winter may be the most financially stretching in decades for many families. Shortages of goods may only get worse due to shortages of workers in food processing and in logistics, now heightened by the fuel costs, because we are outside the club, we cannot benefit from being inside the club. We should remember Germany, for example, is a highly productive economy with high wages, as are the Scandinavian countries. Yet they've not isolated themselves to achieve this, but they have joined together with others to achieve it and to deliver investment in skills and infrastructure. The United Kingdom government has made minor concessions in short visas from European workers, but it really isn't enough. In the context of shortage of workers elsewhere, why would EU workers leave their home countries to come to the UK, where they're only given a few short months and they're told to leave, when they have the potential to go to 26 other countries and enjoy greater rights and the ability to settle there permanently? So we have major work to do to repair our international representation as a welcoming place for workers. Of course, we do want a high wage and a high skilled and productive economy. But in order to achieve that, we have to invest in people and provide a proper social security net to allow to deliver for this. We also need to realise that as we move from a fossil fuel dependent economy to a clean zero carbon future, we will need to ensure that no one is left behind. That's why my party, the Alliance Party, has produced its Green New Deal proposals to ensure training and support for everyone that it needs moving
The member draws
forward.
remarks to close.
Much of this task falls to the UK Government. So our task today and for this House is to encourage our Economy Minister and our Agriculture Ministers to speak up for Northern Ireland. That is what this motion is calling us to do. And that's why, Mr Speaker, I do express my disappointment that this motion will not find support around the House.
I now call Padraig Delargy.
I want to start by sharing the surprise of my colleague Keith Archibald that Edwin Poots and the DUP have had a road to Damascus moment and have suddenly become champions of workers' rights. I welcome the seismic shift in DUP thinking, and I hope that they finally have seen the light. I hope that the DUP can follow on their newfound socialist credentials by supporting Sinn Féin's continued calls for a living wage for all our workers, for the hauliers, the carers, the supermarket workers and all the other professions who have sustained us throughout this pandemic. You see, for me, the DUP motion just doesn't add up. DUP position, doesn't add up. The legacy of 10 years of DUP economy ministers is one of misery. Wages in the north are the lowest across these islands, with over a quarter of our workers earning just £8.21 per hour. In Britain, a shortage of CO2 and haulage drivers have caused havoc with our food supplies and have resulted in empty shelves in the supermarkets there. Our place in the single market has insulated us from some of those shortages, but not from all of them. So let's not forget the root cause of this entire debacle: Brexit. It's the hard Brexit championed by the DUP and the Tories that has completely upended the flows of labour. We're now totally cut off from the labour market of over 200 million people because of Brexit. Brexit means that we no longer have access to the vital EU funding, such as £50 million from the European Social Fund, which played a central role in training people up for the workforce. I'll give you 3 examples which, to me, validate my apprehension to believe the new DUP position. So, number 1, when I recently challenged the Economy Minister on his failure to include 16 and 17-year-olds in the voucher scheme, his reply painted a very different picture to today's DUP position. He said that the voucher isn't about the public, it's about businesses. Number 2, if the DUP were concerned about wages, then why is Edwin Poots trying to abolish the Agricultural Wages Board? This action will cut the wages guarantee to keep agricultural minimum pay rates above standard minimum wage rates. And number 3, not only did the DUP campaign for Brexit, but former Economy Minister Diane Dodds also called for the salary threshold to be reduced for EU workers arriving in the north through the EU settlement scheme. Actions speak louder than words.
And I call Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. There is no doubt that the pandemic continues to cause many challenges in many sectors right across the globe, and in Northern Ireland too. We do face many challenges, including within our agri-food and haulage sectors, which are the 2 sectors specifically mentioned in this motion today. These are 2 vitally important sectors and have been such a key part, or an integral part of our economy for many years. And even just recently at the Balmoral show, I'm sure people that were there got a sample of our agri-food sector and the quality on show from producers and farmers and from those selling our products here, about what a great place this is to do business. The issues within the haulage sector are indeed not a unique problem to Northern Ireland. HGV driver shortages are being reported right across Europe, including within the Republic of Ireland. And according to data collected by Transport Intelligence, Poland, indeed, which was mentioned previously, was short of more than 120,000 drivers last year, while in Germany, between 45,000 and 60,000 drivers were needed. As travel became increasingly restricted last year and large parts of the economy across the globe shut down, many drivers went home, and haulage companies even today say very few have returned. Indeed, the Washington Post reported just 10 days ago of the severe problems that the USA is facing in terms of supply chain issues, haulage challenges, not enough lorry drivers or warehouse workers, creating huge logistic challenges to the industry and ultimately which is passed on to consumers. There are also issues around the haulage sector being seen as an ageing occupation and the demands not as attractive to young people. Haulage companies say the average age of HGV drivers in the UK is 55, and they do want more to be done to attract younger workers, improving terms and conditions and better facilities for drivers, and a real recognition that they are a key integral part of the economy. The pandemic also created a large backlog in HGV driver tests, and it's been impossible to get enough drivers up and running. And indeed, the industry warned the Prime Minister in June that there were 25,000 fewer candidates passing their test in 2020 than in 2019. One practical solution to help address the backlog of the HGV driver issue locally was swiftly dismissed last week by our Infrastructure Minister when she was asked would she amend the trailer test requirements and bring them into line with GB, which would have helped to free up more examiners to carry out HGV tests rather than conducting the small trailer tests. Through amending the trailer test criteria in Great Britain, an additional 50,000 HGV lorry tests will be made available in GB each year to support the industry and wider society. There are also real challenges of labour shortages within our agri-food sector, with shortages in farms and in meat processing plants. Many workers from within the EU and indeed the rest of the world returned home during the pandemic and didn't return. As has been mentioned by my colleague, but I think it's such an important point it's worth repeating, that just over 2 weeks ago the Irish Farmers Association in the Irish Republic expressed concern regarding the lack of suitable labour available at processing level and in pig farms. This backlog of animals is occurring in farms because processors do not have the workforce required to maintain the essential level of slaughter, and also there are gaps within skilled butchery. And I know this is work that has been undertaken by our DAERA Minister and Economy Minister to address these issues. And they're not just interested in words, they're interested in action. And they're taking real steps with the UK Government to look at the things like the immigration policy to ensure that Northern Ireland's economy does not suffer. Work has also been undertaken to prioritise the speed of processing time for agri-food visas under Tier 2 and considering additional routes for temporary, non-seasonal agricultural workers. And indeed, just like to add, from listening to from the food processing industry just today, that there are options, innovative options from within the industry that can come forward in terms of English language, and I think that's something that work needs to continue, that they can train up these workers on the language during their time of employment, and I think that could address the backlog. There has also been considerable amount of work done within our economy department. I know in terms of the skills strategy and the 10x economy, the skills for 10x economy will help ensure that our citizens and the business community have access to the modern and relevant skills that we all need. Indeed, representatives of our Food and Drink Association have also said that the current disruption is down to a number of factors, including labour access, COVID restrictions and logistics and supply chains being disrupted. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Now call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the motion. I'm sure that the Minister for the Economy and the Minister for Agriculture will argue that labour shortages and the skills shortages that we are suffering today are not simply the result of the Brexit that they and their party so strongly argued for and voted into place. And I will concede that if the Minister does say this, he certainly has a point. Skills shortages already existed prior to Brexit. 14 years of DUP leadership in the Department of the Economy has failed to provide a full range of skills provision that our labour market needs. And far too many of our highly skilled workers and many of our best qualified students leave the North and never return. And that, it must be stressed, is made much worse by the dysfunctionality of the government that we have here. The failure of the two largest parties to move on from the past and the lack of real leadership by the two parties over the last 14 years has led in a significant way to the significant skills shortage. Sorry, I have a lot to go through, Trevor. We need a more positive and progressive government to persuade more of our young people to stay here, to commit to their futures here, to rebuild our society here, to provide us with the skills we need to expand our economy and increase our wages of all of our people. The Economy Committee has received over the years a raft of reports outlining the skills shortages in our economy. These consistently point to skills deficiencies in key vocational areas. Just last week, the Economy Committee was briefed by the Skills Strategy Advisory Group, and we were told over the last decade, investment in education and skills has fallen significantly. A recent assessment of the Northern Ireland's competitiveness by the Ulster University's Economic Policy Centre shows how this has affected our competitive performance, with several smaller advanced economies now outperforming us, such as Finland, Norway, Estonia, Ireland, Iceland, Slovenia, Lithuania, Latvia, Cyprus and Luxembourg, and the list goes on. So, the question is why, after 14 years of DUP leadership of the Economy Department, are we continuing to suffer serious skills shortages? And why have these got worse following Brexit? Is it possible that the DUP didn't really understand or anticipate the full impact of its own Brexit? We now have a shortage of over 4,000 HGV drivers. We already had a shortage of more than 2,000 health workers prior to the pandemic. Since then, we have had more EU 26 nationals leave our health service and other professions. Then we have the severe skills and labour shortages in the construction sector and the food processing sector, in abattoirs, in butchery and on farms. To be blunt, it is a mess. And it is a mess where the economy ministers of recent years have failed to anticipate the problems, failed to anticipate the impact of Brexit, and failed to arrange the necessary increase in vocational skills, which have been well known for years. Mr Deputy Speaker, what the North is suffering now is not just the effects of Brexit and the particularly harsh form that Brexit actually took. And it was insisted upon by the DUP and its allies in the right wing of the Conservative Party, but also the lack of capacity by the DUP succession of economy ministers over recent years to prepare our economy and our labour market for the challenges that we are dealing with today. Mr Deputy Speaker, the SDLP certainly supports this motion. Thank you.
I call Steve Aiken.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I may make a declaration of interest to start off with. First of all, I am a member of the Unite the Union, which will become germane as we talk further, as we go through this as well. We will not be supporting this motion, and we will not be supporting this motion as though it's always a pleasure to listen to the Chair of the Economy Committee. That to actually say these shortages are a direct consequence of Brexit is in fact wrong. Indeed, it does much to undermine the view of what is actually happening in the global economy at the moment. But first of all, I would like to take the opportunity to welcome the fact that 86,000, I'll say that again, 86,000 EU citizens have applied for leave to remain within our nation, the United Kingdom, but to stay here, particularly in Northern Ireland. That should be not only a vote of confidence for the future of Northern Ireland, but it's something we should all be welcoming. And I think every member of this Assembly will welcome these 86,000 new Northern Ireland citizens coming in and the great contribution they're going to make to our fantastic country. Not just what the contribution they have made, but for the next 100 years of Northern Ireland as we go through as well. We've already heard some things about figures, but I think it's quite useful. We need to consider the fact that we've already heard about labour shortages in Poland, in Germany, in France, in Italy and the rest of it. There are labour shortages across the globe. But let's just concentrate within the EU. We've already heard about the fact that there's close on 124,000 shortage of haulage drivers and logistics drivers in Poland. We've already heard the figure that there's 45,000 shortage of HGV drivers and lorry drivers in Germany. In France, there's a similar figure of around about 45,000, and in Italy and Spain, there are 15,000. But furthermore, agricultural workers, indeed, France has got a shortage of 200,000 agricultural workers. And these are from the EU's own statistics. This is not coming from some sort of Tory version of the Daily Telegraph's view of the world. These are the EU's own statistics. It is very clear that COVID has had a huge effect on the movement of labour and the ability for labour to move across the whole of the European continent. But I think it would not be right of us not to point out to the fact that many of our skilled migrant labourers come from outside Europe. And in particular, I'm talking about our workers who come from the Philippines. And I think the ability to attract those workers and retain those workers, I think, is of vital importance. And I think that's one of the things we as an Assembly should be reaching out our hand of friendship to be able to do this as well. I welcome Northern Ireland to being an open place for workers. And I think anything we can do to improve the opportunities for workers in Northern Ireland, I think it's something we need to. So now I just want to move on to the issue that I think really is impacting it. And again, as I said, I made my declaration as a member of Unite, the trade union. It is very clear to me that the terms and conditions for workers, and particularly those in the haulage sector and the agricultural sector, are not what they should be. Certainly.
I thank the member for giving way on that particular point. And I listened to the previous speaker pontificating about everyone else and what they're not doing. However, her own minister, who's responsible for the driving tests, whether it be lorries or trailer tests, indeed has been very slow at coming forward to bring in a relaxation. Indeed, the UK have recognised the shortage of drivers and are about to bring or embarking on a journey to make it easier in terms of that test procedure. However, her own minister has dismissed the need for that in the UK, indeed citing an example of there is no shortage or there is no requirement for such to come in here.
I thank the member for his intervention. And I think the issue about HGV drivers and licensing is something that's been flagged up for some time. We knew with COVID we were going to have these difficulties. And in fact, it could have been opposite if the infrastructure minister had done that. But again, one of the concerns I have, and just to sort of slightly digress, and of course I've got an extra minute, is the fact that by manoeuvring and trying to move lorries, and articulated lorries of course, there is a piece of legislation that's being forced on us, which means for people from GB, they may not be able to come to Northern Ireland to do that particular level of working. So we need to really seriously ask ourselves what we're looking at as well. But I would encourage, and I would encourage very clearly, we need to get to the point where we're having proper wages for our agricultural workers and those in the logistics industry. They need proper terms and conditions of services. We need to be investing to make sure that everything from sort of truck stops and the ability to do that becomes a much more attractive business to be able to do that as well. Those are the kind of things we need to be looking at to do as well. And finally, I think we should be encouraging everybody to seriously think about what we're doing in Northern Ireland and making Northern Ireland as an attractive place as possible to come to as well. Because we have seen the benefit that migrant labour brings to Northern Ireland. We have seen the benefit to our health service. We have seen the benefit to our agricultural sector. We have indeed seen the benefit, as we talked earlier on today about my learned friend from Strangford's remarks about the cultural industry as well. These are great things that we have to do as well. Northern Ireland is a great place to come and live, and I think that's something we should be encouraging. But thank you very much indeed. And I thank the Chair of the Economy Committee for bringing this forward, but I don't think we'll be in a position to support. Thank you.
I now call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it was not difficult to predict the challenges that the agriculture and haulage sectors are now facing as a direct result of Brexit, and that action would be required. The significant challenge at present is, it's been described a number of times today, the labour shortages which are impacting on many sectors of our economy. Those labour shortages have been significantly exacerbated by the ending of freedom of movement that came about because of Brexit. The UK Government has failed to meet the need of the meat and transport industries in their pleas for access to migrant workers. And the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, said at the Conservative Party's conference just days ago that he would not return to uncontrolled immigration to solve fuel, gas, Christmas food crisis, suggesting such strains were part of a period of post-Brexit adjustment. Instead, the UK Government has said it is up to businesses to deal with the labour shortages and that they should raise pay and conditions to attract locals instead. Mr Deputy Speaker, progress in that regard is still awaited, and the waiting is proving costly. The UK's exit from the EU has contributed to strains in supply chains and the labour force, stretching everything from fuel deliveries to potential food shortages ahead of the Christmas period. A recent report by the accountancy firm Grant Thornton concluded there were almost 1 million job vacancies in the UK. Half of them, Deputy Speaker, were in the food and drink sectors, industries that have, for the past 20 to 30 years, relied heavily on an EU workforce input. Speaking to local businesses, Deputy Speaker, I have been told that the chronic labour shortage has led to a crisis in supply chains here also, affecting a lengthening list of products. The Ulster Farmers Union has said that the sector is desperate for staff, and according to recent figures across the food processing industry here, there is a shortfall of around 12% in the workforce. One large employer, for example, is currently struggling, one employer alone, to fill hundreds of vacancies. Inevitably, labour shortages will push up prices of local food products, and consumers in Northern Ireland could be facing a period of food price inflation. According to a report by another accounting and professional services firm, IFAC, a significant number of agri-food firms are reporting difficulties to do with rising costs, recruitment and Brexit, which could lead to a hike in costs. Labour shortages could also lead to the slaughter, and an additional issue, the slaughter of thousands of healthy pigs. Farmers in England have already been forced to kill animals to make space and ensure the continued welfare of the remaining livestock amid an ongoing shortage of workers at slaughterhouses. The National Pig Association said last week that up to 120,000 pigs may have to be culled on farms and not sold for pork meat because of a shortage of abattoir workers. Something needs to change. Although we will do what we can through employability and skills work to try to address labour shortages locally, fundamentally the answers and solutions have to lie with the UK Government. I call on them to take urgent action to ensure that the problems that are already being experienced do not get even worse as the winter progresses. The Prime Minister must stop dismissing the sector's concerns. The solutions are clear, and it is up to the UK Government to rectify the situation instead of finding further stumbling blocks and issuing new challenges. Deputy Speaker, with Alliance colleagues, I support the motion.
I call Jim Mallister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I don't in any way gainsay the fact that there are obviously considerable shortages affecting various sectors in our economy. But where I do take issue with this motion is the deliberate and disingenuously opportunistic nature of the motion. Because when it says, recognises that these labour shortages are a direct consequence of Brexit, it spins and tells a lie, a falsehood. And I certainly am not going to accept the invitation of this motion to endorse that lie. There have been haulage shortages, HGV shortages across Europe for at least 15 years. Anyone who's read the Transport Intelligence Report will know that in comparison, the United Kingdom is in no worse position than parallel countries in the EU who haven't come through Brexit. Figures have already been given. In 2020, 124,000 shortages of HGV drivers in Poland, at least 45,000 in Germany, 43,000 in France, a total of 400,000 across Europe. And yet this motion, in pursuit of the obsession of its authors to blame everything on Brexit, try and spin the notion that these shortages are a direct consequence of Brexit. They were there long before Brexit. They're in countries that hasn't experienced Brexit. So it is a fallacy, a concoction, to say that they are the consequences of Brexit. Statistics show that before Brexit, there were 45,000 UK drivers who came from EU, who were EU nationals. 45,000 EU nationals driving HGVs in the United Kingdom. Since Brexit, that figure has fallen by only 3,000. There are still 42,000 EU nationals driving HGV vehicles in the United Kingdom. So it's quite clear it is not Brexit which has stoked and caused this problem. It is a multiplicity of other issues, including low wages. And now we have the chief advocate for a low-wage economy in this House is Sinn Féin. They want to flood the market with cheap labour from the EU. Where are the socialist credentials of Sinn Féin? That their answer to this problem is get the cheapest labour you can, flood the market with cheap labour, exploit the cheap labour, and that'll solve your problem. That is the Sinn Féin answer. What an appalling situation from those who call themselves, who boast of their alleged socialist credentials. They want to help and assist the importation of the cheapest labour they can find, instead of addressing the real causes across the EU of HGV shortages, like the EU's own mobility package, like the lack of infrastructure, particularly for women drivers across Europe, in regard to the facilities that should be there, and the low pay that contributes all of that. And in Northern Ireland, a contributor to HGV shortages is the protocol. I've talked to many drivers who say, I've stopped going to GB because I don't know if I'm going to be held there waiting for paperwork for 24 hours. I don't know when I get back if my lorry will be called in because of the protocol. So the protocol itself is an aggravator in this situation. So I refute entirely the core contention of this opportunistic motion and throw it back at those who say, wrongly, that this is just another basis upon which to have a hit at Brexit.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important in this debate to discuss the conditions of workers in these industries because the motion hasn't actually referred to them, even in passing. And declare, like Mr. Aiken, a member of Unite, the union myself. And there's no doubt that the Tory-driven Brexit has had an impact on people's ability to work here where they want to, and the nefarious and nasty immigration policies deployed by the Tories both before and after the referendum have made Britain a hostile place for many migrants and would-be migrants. But to pretend that this is the sole reason for a crisis in some of these sectors would not only be fanciful, Deputy Speaker, but also inaccurate. And if anyone speaks to workers and unions who represent HGV drivers in particular, they will know some of these issues are at least 20 years in the making. It's the same old story, workers being ground down, disrespected, degraded and not paid enough. The conditions of work for HGV drivers in particular are pretty gruelling, Deputy Speaker, with workers subjected to a driving down of terms and conditions in a race to the bottom in which all workers lose out, but those who run major haulage companies raking it in as per usual, same as it ever was. We have a crisis where workers are not being recruited or retained, and this is leading to a major crisis that we're all seeing on our TV screens. The average HGV driver is male and over 40 years of age, and most people who are younger, who have younger families, see the particularly long weeks of work, the getting up in the middle of the night for work, the terrible conditions, and they say, no thanks, not for me. So these are unfortunately historical problems, and given that employment legislation is devolved here, I'd be interested in hearing what the DAERA Minister or the Economy Minister intends to do about these issues. Unite the Union, Deputy Speaker, have a drivers' manifesto that I would encourage this Minister and the Economy Minister to look at, to read it and implement it. And in it, it states, and I quote, "Soft touch initiatives will do nothing to address the skills shortage in this vital industry. We must collectively not just look to how we can recruit new drivers, but to change the industry to retain the new ones we have and to keep the new drivers we seek to recruit." And this is, of course, not to mention the problem with over-reliance on agency workers, but with self-employment, and the list goes on. And if the government if the government did set industry-wide standards that employers shouldn't be allowed to diverge from, this would benefit workers and keep more in place. Most workers, rightly, Deputy Speaker, have access to lunch breaks and so forth, but when lorry drivers need to take a break, they often don't have somewhere to park to take a break. Lorry drivers rarely have a place to go to the toilet that isn't on the side of the road, and washing facilities are non-existent for most. So we need to ensure that lorry drivers, like all workers, have some dignity and proper facilities in their workplace, wherever that may be, day to day. It's quite remarkable, Deputy Speaker, that for the first time ever, I think in my memory certainly, the Tories are talking about supporting or improving pay and conditions for workers, HGV drivers, but only to get them over this current crisis, mind you. However, the Tories have refused to tackle rogue employers and are now only paying lip service to improving their conditions. And I imagine if lorry drivers took action on the picket lines, there wouldn't be a Tory in sight to support them, and they would be the first to lay into these essential workers. But we do have to remember, Deputy Speaker, in this current context, workers are in a powerful negotiating position to increase their pay, terms and conditions. Workers have indicated in some companies they are willing to take action, and I stand behind any of them if they choose to do so. The Financial Times fears, Deputy Speaker, that the current situation could see a long-term trend tilting the balance of negotiating power from capital towards labour. That's exactly what we need to see happening for HGV drivers, agricultural workers and everybody who has been ground down by employers attacking wages and conditions. These workers, agricultural workers and drivers, are essential, but they are treated as disposable. Look how many COVID outbreaks occurred in food plants. These workers were largely forgotten about, but without them, we wouldn't have had food in our shops or on our tables. HGV drivers are essential workers, Deputy Speaker. They are skilled workers, but earn on average £11.80 per hour. But without these drivers, our society would grind to a halt. People wouldn't get their food or online deliveries. And the question of extended hours is important, and the questions of health and safety have to be paramount if the government is considering pushing ahead with extending hours. So I disagree with the analysis of why we are here in the motion, Deputy Speaker, but I agree with the calls made in the amendment and the motion. So for that reason, I'm supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Edwin Poots, to respond to the motion on behalf of the Minister for the Economy, and the Minister will have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and on behalf of the Minister for Economy and myself are both acutely aware of the labour shortages facing both the agri-food and the haulage sectors. And I have to say the debate is quite remarkable today, given where the parties who are doing most of the complaining, what they had to say previously. Because before Brexit happened, we had all of these predictions of great doom on the way. The economy would go into freefall. Unemployment would rise rapidly. Instead of that, the UK's economy is the fastest growing region in Europe. And consequently, we are facing the issue with a fast growing economy and indeed less migration taking place as a consequence of the open door that previously did happen in the European Union, with some issues in regard to labour. That's not a really bad position to be in. Because as a young person growing up in the 1980s, I recall the grinding unemployment that existed. Over 20% of our people were unemployed. And this is a much better problem to have to deal with, actually needing workers, than actually needing jobs.
So I think that whilst there has been a general tightening in the labour market with shortages in the number of sectors, and the online job adverts in Northern Ireland were at an all-time high in August 2021 and 52% above their normal monthly tally, the demand is seen across the whole economy, and combined with our relatively low unemployment rate, we're undoubtedly going to witness friction in the labour market for some time. The COVID pandemic, along with changes to UK's immigration policy, has impacted almost all parts of our economy and has manifested itself in various forms, including the labour shortages that we're facing. And over the last few months, the Department for the Economy and my own department have seen a surge in correspondence from concerned stakeholders who are experiencing significant operational problems as a result of labour shortages. The level of concern reported by stakeholders shows no sign of subsiding, and the Economy Minister and myself continue to engage with industry and with the UK Government with a view to ensuring that its immigration policy reflects the needs of Northern Ireland's economy. Information from industry suggests there are staffing shortages of up to 35% for certain food processing critical occupations, and according to the Labour Force Survey statistics, migrant workers make up 10% of total employment in the agri-food sector in 2020, but that is down from 20.6% in 2019. So there is clearly a significant decrease that officials will continue to monitor. There is also a shortage of 60,000 to 76,000 drivers in the UK, and according to the Road Haulage Association, 4,000 to 5,000 in Northern Ireland. However, it is important to recognise that this is not only a Great Britain and Northern Ireland problem. For instance, issues around pay and poor working conditions mean that many EU countries are facing similar HGV driver shortages. The shortage across Europe was estimated at 400,000, with Poland requiring 124,000, Germany between 45,000 and 60,000, and France around 43,000. So where is this superabundance of workers in the European Union to fill the roles that the members have indicated? Because we'll have this motion being presented by Dr Archibald, and it's made to, in such a way that all of this has been a ruinous policy around Brexit has caused all of these problems, and they only exist in the United Kingdom. Well, let's just deal with the facts as opposed to the Sinn Féin spin, and we certainly have heard plenty of it today. We have an issue in Italy with grape pickers. Now, that's not related to the United Kingdom because there's not an awful lot of grapes grown here. In terms of getting tomatoes, where they've had plenitude of them, again in Italy, among the critical issues of controversial commercial campaign, a difficulty in finding skilled and unskilled seasonal labour, even when we're talking about hires with regular contracts and union pay. As a result, personnel and transport costs have also risen due to a shortage of truck drivers. Along the logistics chain, transport is one of the main concerns. That's again in Italy. The European Commission itself has said the proportion of construction companies reporting that a lack of workers was limiting their activities hit a record 27% in its latest survey. The German Association of Freight Transport and Logistic Companies has warned of shortage of more than 60,000 truck drivers, which it expects to increase by 15,000 a year. So, if you don't believe me, surely you believe the European Commission whenever they say it. Then, if we turn to Ireland, that bastion of good that Sinn Féin think that everything is perfect in, we have the IFA Pigs chairman, Roy Galley, is calling on the Department of Trade, Enterprise and Employment to fast-track work permit applications from outside the European Union area. The Irish pigmeat sector is under extreme pressure due to the lack of suitable labour available at processing levels and on pig farms. Remarkably enough, we're killing thousands of pigs from the Republic of Ireland every year and processing them every week. Yet these folks across the way would have us believe that all of the problems exist here and they don't exist in the rest of Europe. Indeed, we'll have this. It's always good to see a fresh face coming into the Assembly. But then it all went so sour so quickly whenever the fresh face just regurgitated a speech written by the backroom staff of Sinn Féin, which didn't bear any relevance to factuality. but to Sinn Féin's spin doctoring, yes, certainly.
At one point I was using my fingers to count the DUP reference, then I moved on to my toes and then had to stop. It's probably a good way to start by filling in DUP and then just putting the words in between. So I congratulate the member opposite for certainly promoting the party. But the negativity of this today has been Brexit, and I don't really think that other people have done their research in regard to the issues other countries have. And it's down not a Brexit, but COVID has been an issue, and I'm sure the Minister will agree with me. COVID has been an issue, and workers have moved around different sectors. In Mid-Ulster, you have workers moving food processing, engineering, and it's created a pool of movement. So I think we need to get the Brexit notion out of people's head and look at the real issues across Europe and not just in one place in this part of the United Kingdom.
Sorry, I'm going to respond to this one first. I thank the member for pointing out the reality and that this is not purely about Brexit, and the members opposite have failed miserably in their attempts to spin this. You know, again, in the Republic of Ireland, the department responsible is conducting a review of non-EEA work permit systems, and the mushroom sector is at breaking point when it comes to labour and continues to experience severe labour shortages in the Republic of Ireland. There's a shortage of skilled, semi-skilled and manual labour for the sector, and this is having a serious effect on the efficiencies of business and subsequent viability of the sector. I look forward to hearing some actual thought from this member instead of
well, Mr. Pitts, just to respond to what you said, I noticed in your notes there, I can see from across the chamber, that actually the speech was written by me to start with. What I did notice in contrast to that was that you were reading notes from your officials, and you clearly don't have a great understanding of them. You've given isolated incidents from countries around Europe. I particularly enjoyed the fact that when you spoke about pigs coming from the south of Ireland, that your own notes had to actually have pictures of pigs to remind you what part you were talking about. So your whole intervention has been ludicrous. Anything that you've pointed out have been isolated incidents, and again I would like to remind you that if you're going to bring up those points, please at least have examples that show some credibility and show some joined up thinking.
Well, I love the intervention, to be perfectly honest. So 400,000 driver shortage in the European Union is an isolated incident. Let's get real here. You've come out of the schoolboy politics and into the real world, and really it doesn't stack up if 400,000 is isolated. The member referred to the Agriculture Wages Board. This is an assembly for years has talked about dispensing of needless quangos, and this is a needless quango. We have a circumstance where we'll have a minimum wage, but leaving the minimum wage to one side, the wages within the agricultural sector are well above minimum wage for most people currently, and the demand is very high. So why do we need somebody to sit and say, you need to give them this amount of wages whenever people are actually earning greater wages than that in the first instance? It is a relic of the past whenever wages were poor in agriculture. Thankfully, that has gone, and the member, if he knew anything about agriculture, he would know that that is the case. So in terms of moving on, with regards to the Brexit and immigration policy, it is important to note that immigration is not ended. The ending of free movement of people allows the UK to determine who can work in the UK according to the needs of the economy. And the point-based immigration system caters for skilled workers, students and a range of other specialist work routes, including routes for global leaders in their field and innovators from all over the world. However, I do agree that the immigration system needs changes to work for Northern Ireland, and therefore the Economy Minister and myself have been making representation to the UK Government on the need for derogations for Northern Ireland. We need a shortage occupation list for Northern Ireland, we need a relaxation of the English language requirement, and we need flexibility that short-term visas can bring. And it is welcome that the UK Government has announced it will issue 5,000 temporary visas for HGV drivers and 5,500 for poultry workers in the run-up to Christmas. But it is clear that this is not enough and will not solve the wider labour supply issues we face, and this will only be possible with further changes to immigration policy. So in terms of skills, the Home Office continue to promote employment of the domestic workforce and investment in economic development and training as a solution to the UK labour supply problems. And while I support this aspiration, I also understand that for the haulage and food sectors, this is something that cannot be implemented immediately, and a phased approach is more likely to succeed. I do recognise that we have an assured skills academies, and currently HGV skills academies are being delivered in Belfast City and Mid and East Antrim councils, with a number of other councils seeking to utilise a model to offer their own HGV training. It would be really helpful if the Department for Infrastructure were able to move a bit faster on assisting in terms of examinations for HGVs. And I know Ms McLaughlin, for example, wants to blame the DUP for the issues around skills. And again, she's relatively new to this Assembly, but she should be here long enough now to understand that what she says has to bear up to facts. And she talked about the DUP having charge of skills for some 14 years. Well, the Department of Enterprise and Learning was responsible for skills up until 2016 when it ceased to be, and that was transferred to the Department for Economy. So the DUP have had 2.5 years roughly of time in the Department for Economy since, because Sinn Féin thought it was a good idea not to have an Assembly for 3 years. And previous to that, the Department of Employment and Learning was looked after by SDLP. In the first instance, the Ulster Unionist Party and the Alliance Party. So if there's a problem with what went on in the past, I think she'll find that the problem exists with her own party and 2 others, but not the Democratic Unionist Party in that instance. I can assure all members that while immigration is an accepted matter, the Economy Minister and I will continue to press the UK Government to introduce the changes we need for immigration policy to work for the Northern Ireland economy, and more broadly to modernise our skills system. A consultation on a new skills strategy, Skills for 10x Economy, concluded in mid-August. Officials are working across government and with key stakeholders to develop the final strategy, which reflects consultation responses. When complete, Skills for a 10x Economy will help ensure that the Northern Ireland citizens and the business community have access to the modern, economically active, relevant skills that will empower them to reach their full potential and improve our competitiveness on a global stage. To conclude, I would like to make clear that the Economy Minister and I welcome the contribution that migrants from the EU and further afield have made and will continue to make to the economy and wider society. And I'm delighted that so many EU nationals have applied to the EU settlement scheme here in Northern Ireland and will continue to be based here. I will conclude by saying that in terms of all of this, not being in the European Union does give us a solution that the Republic of Ireland, Italy and others don't have, because we can go to the world market to get those labour shortages that have been identified. And whilst I'm totally opposed, and one of the reasons that I supported Brexit is totally opposed to uncontrolled immigration.
Minister's time's up.
I'm very happy to support immigration coming on the basis of need.
Okay, thank you. And I call Gemma Dolan to wind up the debate on the motion, and the member has 10 minutes.
And I welcome the opportunity to wind on this debate. I'll just go briefly through some members' contributions and then I'll add in some of my own. I'll start off with my colleague and the chair of the Economy Committee, Kiva Archibald. She highlighted the impact that, yes, we have these people here to work, but these people are also here to live and make a life and be part of our communities. And Kiva has also made the point that nothing shocks us anymore in terms of the Tory disregard for the North, and our agri-food sector cannot be used as collateral damage when it comes to Brexit. Keith also mentioned the importance of skills development for all sectors, not just agri-food. Keith Buchanan from the DUP obviously spoke of his opposition to the motion, and he spoke of some measures that the Agriculture and Economy Ministers have taken to tackle this. But if we don't have the people here, these measures are kind of redundant. Matthew O'Toole from the SDLP described it as a silly argument that the labour shortage isn't as a result of Brexit, and I must say I find myself agreeing with Matthew. He questioned the attitude of the British government to the successive letters sent by DUP ministers and he described it as a societal tragedy, not just an economic problem. Mike Nesbitt also outlined his opposition because the wording is too narrow. Stuart Dixon is supporting the motion on behalf of the Alliance Party, and he says we shouldn't be picking up pieces of Brexit, but that's what's happening, because overnight a major source of workforce was cut off from the north. And he mentioned the impact on hospitality, and Sinead McLaughlin mentioned the impact on the construction sector, so it's not just on the agri-food sector. Stuart highlighted how the impact on hospitality is just as they are beginning to recover, they are restricted on the workers that they have available. And Stuart also said about there's no competition between robots and humans, and I can back this up with a small example. I got my car washed on Friday night by a robot, and I can assure you it has nothing compared to what the fellas at the car wash used to do. So, and that's just a small example of the impact this could have. Stuart also said that to achieve the high-wage, high-skilled economy that we all want, we need to invest in our people, and he reiterated calls on the Economy and Agri-Ministers to speak up for the North. My colleague Padraig Delargy says that the DUP position doesn't add up, and we are in a position as a result of Brexit that we may no longer have access to EU funding, some of which was used to train people up for these jobs. And he says actions speak louder than words, and he used 3 examples, one of them being that he asked the Economy Minister to extend the Spend Local card to 16 and 17-year-olds, and that call has continuously been rejected. Stephen Dunn focused on issues faced by the haulage industry and says the Economy and Agriculture Ministers are interested in action rather than words, and I therefore look forward to this action. Sinead McLaughlin is supporting the motion on behalf of the SDLP and also pointed out the failure of the DUP in the Economy Department. She says investment in education and skills has decreased over the past 10 years and questions the DUP's understanding and impact of the Brexit they championed and described it as a mess, and I also have to agree with that. Steve Aiken is not supporting the motion. He says 86,000 EU citizens applied to remain in the North and should be welcomed, and we do welcome them with open arms. He describes the benefits that the migrant labour brings here, and nobody is disputing that. And again, I find myself agreeing with Steve, which doesn't always happen. He says that we need to improve opportunities for workers and their terms and conditions because they're not as they should be. John Blair says this is a direct result of Brexit, and that's true. And UFU says the sector is desperate, and one employer alone has hundreds of vacancies to fill. And the labour shortage result in price hikes on animal culls. Jim Allister obviously is not accepting the motion, and again not blaming Brexit. And I must point out, Sinn Féin, we want the living wage for all workers. We don't want cheap labour. That's not. And actually, if you would have listened to my colleague, he did mention our living wage campaign. But I also actually agree with Jim that there is a lack of facilities for women drivers, and we got a briefing at the Finance Committee a couple of weeks about that. And he, funny enough, says the protocol is an aggravator, and it is, but where did the protocol come from? Brexit. So you've just answered your own question there, Jim. Jerry Carroll again shares concerns on terms and conditions. No, I want to get through this, thanks. Jerry Carroll shares my concerns on terms and conditions for workers, and he too focused on the HGV drivers. And yes, go on ahead.
It's her choice. Would the member agree with me? It's very, very concerning, inaccurate and dangerous to kind of allude to workers coming from Europe or elsewhere in the world that they have a role in driving down wages. Actually, workers don't drive down wages. It's employers and nefarious and chancellor employers who do that. Would the member agree with that point?
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Jerry also spoke of the COVID outbreaks in food factories and how the workers were forgotten about. And representing Fermanagh and South Tyrone, we have a number of food factories there, and that has been the case that I've heard from several people, and Jerry supports the motion. And the Minister, I must say that I was so disheartened in the way he spoke. I found it very bully boy tactics, attacking younger members, newer members, those who aren't experienced. How do you expect people to come into this chamber when you're going to treat them like that, just because you've been here since however long? You know, I just find it really, really disappointing. And the fact that a minister in the executive can talk to other MLAs like that, I'm just so disheartened. And I actually lost concentration during your contribution because the way you spoke to Sinead, the way you spoke to Padraig, really, really disappointed. So I'm just going to leave it at that. You did say that you don't think we're in a bad position and you think that we think everything's perfect in the 26 counties. No, we don't. But we do see the solution to fixing the problems as United Ireland. So I just, yeah.
The member for taking her intervention, and I concur with her in relation to the ERA Minister. And he gave a number of examples of labour shortages, and he didn't give me an intervention himself, or I would have made the point. We're not seeing empty shelves across Europe. We're seeing them in Britain as a direct result of the labour shortages because of Brexit. And in the point in relation to workers' terms and conditions that has been made, and all of us would, I imagine, concur on that point as well, that they are too poor. We would like to see the Economy Minister meet the obligations in New Decade, New Approach in relation to employment and workers' rights, so perhaps he could put a wee bit of pressure on his executive colleague.
Yeah, and I thank the Minister, or the, well, yes, go on ahead.
She said that she and her party see the solution to the difficulties that we have in Northern Ireland as what she calls United Ireland. How would that be paid for when the Republic of Ireland government couldn't meet its commitments prior to COVID to the European Union, never mind to the World Bank?
Well, we have spoken about this, and that it'll be a new and United Ireland. So, you know, there are economic documents out there, and I can provide you with one if you want it. But just on, that's my remarks on the debate, and I'm just going to add a couple of remarks as Sinn Féin spokesperson on workers' rights. As I said, Brexit has resulted in skilled EU workers leaving the North through the British government's reckless decision to end freedom of movement. This is the hard Brexit championed by the DUP, which Boris Johnson is now trying to sell as a plan, and that shortages were all part of the move to a high-wage economy. The truth is that Boris is a man without a plan. He and his Brexiteers have no idea what they're doing or where the disastrous hard Brexit is going to go next. And when it comes to the North, the fact is they don't even care. But there are notable points that come out of this. I'm relieved that we're finally beginning to realise the importance and value of our low-skilled workers. Without the workers in our agri-food sector, we wouldn't be able to, as we are experiencing now, compete on the world stage with our high-quality and award-winning produce. So these workers are so vital to our economy. Why were they never treated as such? We in Sinn Féin have a strong track record of protecting workers and their rights across this island. I'm currently lobbying for the introduction of a pilot scheme of a 4-day working week. I also have a private members' bill in progress around abolishing zero-hour contracts, and other colleagues are progressing private members' bills and campaigning on the living wage, the right to disconnect, and outlawing bogus self-employment, to name a few. So I welcome the DUP's conversion to being champions of workers' rights. They have never been in support of comprehensive and far-reaching legislation to support rights and fair pay for workers. And as my colleague Padraig Delargy MLA pointed out, and I think it's important to repeat, the 10 years of DUP economy ministers has resulted in wages in the North being the lowest across these islands. So maybe with this realisation, workers and their families may actually begin to get a break. As Sinn Féin spokesperson on employment and workers' rights, I certainly hope so.
Okay, members, thank you. And the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Okay, members. Order, members. The question is, members, that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Do we have tellers? Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Members resume their seats, please. Members resume their seats. Members resume their seats, please. Order in chamber. Thank you. Members, order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Padraig Delargy and Liz Kimmins. Tellers for the no are Trevor Clark and Keith Buchanan. Clear lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to the right, noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Okay, members. Clerk, please read the result.
85 members voted, 48 members voted aye, 37 members voted no. The motion is carried.
Members, the motion has carried. Thanks everybody for their participation in the debate. Item 5 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.